let's not do that.
Knowledge amazes me every time.
All right, let's kind of like bring it back to earth a little bit. Kind of do want to talk a little bit more about like tech-related things. I mean, kind of have a little bit of a gossip on what's happening on X recently. By the way, anyone who's new to the stage could post to the space with join the conversation. Yeah. Which are the things that we're going to be doing?
Anything interesting coming out of CES today? I haven't really caught up.
I haven't really seen anything groundbreaking, really. Not something that's like really caught up with me. The only thing that really came out of CES that was extremely groundbreaking was like the 50 series and the pricing on that and how powerful it was going to be. That was realistically the only thing that really stuck out to me. I think everything else is just kind of like a long burn. It's not going to be relevant.
A lot of it is just gimmicks, right? Stuff that people are just not going to buy. Like last year there was a phone, like an iPhone attachment that turns into like a BlackBerry. Nobody bought that shit. It's out in the market. You can literally find it. It's just I mean, who the fuck wants to do that anyway? It's dumb.
I'll tell you what's going to come out next from CES. It's going to be like the AI-powered vibrating chair.
Yeah. For gamers, Yeah.
For gamers, yes.
Yeah. So, because you got to feel the explosions under your butt when you play Call of Duty.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Now, the problem is, once it gets into VR, a bunch of other things are going to happen, but we're not going to talk about that.
That will be, yeah. But
that'll 100% happen. That is 100% going to happen.
What happens there?
Yep, especially when it comes to like haptic suits and everything, it is entirely possible. It's just that it's extremely fucking expensive to make because the production is complex as fuck. You can't really scale that up until people start buying it, which you're not gonna because it's too fucking expensive. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of defeat. So that's a problem. So we're not gonna get super haptic suits. But yeah.
Eventually we will realize that what do you call it? They make it cheap, right? Yeah, no. What I mean is like the economics of scale, right, is in effect because they produce so much of the Meta Quest that they're actually affordable, right? It's literally like $300 for a pretty damn good headset. I'm hoping they take a step forward and they start investing in the AR stuff because I'm like, VR is like cool, but it's not it's not end game. It's not something you can wear all the time. It's fucking heavy, right? I wanna see them work closer with like Ray-Ban, for example, which they are, but actually implement like a heads-up display. That was something that I would buy.
Yeah. The smaller the better, especially if it's like glasses related thing, because the problem with I think the Apple Vision Pro is the fact that it was way too heavy on your face. So
you gotta carry a fucking battery pack as well. Fuck that.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna and on top of that, just to like keep it on your head at all times, which is really difficult to do by default, you're gonna have to like get these neck muscles that you didn't think you needed before. So you're gonna have to be like those thick neck guys like Gunther, you know what I'm saying? Like some fucking real thick neck dudes. So fucking like you're gonna have to have this thing on, this VR headset so fucking heavy it's gonna keep exercising your neck to the point that literally nothing on this planet's gonna be able to strangle you. Okay, like this is the guy who's gonna survive the robot wars. That's what's gonna happen right now because his neck is gonna be so fucking thick and rigid that nothing's gonna be able to strangle it, 100%.
You're gonna be like a car or an F1 driver. You ever see the necks of those guys?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Training from Apple Vision Pro. Fucking resistant band training pulling straight on the fucking head. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's happening.
Yeah, those guys can do it. Feels like it was designed for Michael Schumacher,
Yeah. Dude, did you see the one guy who like was exercising in the gym and he was using because he wanted to stretch his neck, so he just, tied a rope. And bro was hanging there, fucking, like, doing lifts and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? What is he training for? What the hell is this?
He's gonna survive by hanging.
Exactly, like, bro, that guy's unstoppable.
17th century France. Yeah.
Exactly, like, that guy would be unstoppable. It's a very bad historical joke that comes out of this that I don't feel comfortable explaining. But, yes. That is possible. That is very, very possible. Yeah.
Oh. We're trying you for crimes and seditions against the state.
Oh.
All the stuff that a lot of I see English people and Germans are posting online right now on X. That is all arrestable offenses, just so you know.
100%. Keep incriminating yourselves. You're proving a point that you don't even realize you're proving yet, and it's not in your favor. Just letting you know. Just in advance. Feel like
I think the idea is that if everybody posts horrible memes, about what's going on in Europe, eventually it's going to get to a point where they just can't arrest everyone, So I think it's important.
Yeah, the big people's like, oh hey, critical mass, it's a meltdown, you can't stop it. There's no more control rods. The control rods are burning. It's like that's what they're thinking.
I I think it's a good idea.
Or-
Honestly.
They can release another virus.
Mm.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, the only virus that I think
I don't believe anyone's gonna buy it. At this point, nobody's gonna buy the scam. And personally, I don't believe in there anyone trying to release a virus that's actually gonna be harmful.
Like the trust in the medical industry is at an all-time low.
A lot of the COVID nonsense was simply just media fear-mongering and manipulated statistics way more than any impact from an alleged virus itself. And the symptoms were so loosely defined that you could basically call anything the COVID virus. So it's just people having the flu.
And here's what's fun: you can tell that the trust in the medical industry at large is fading to almost non-existential. It's like to just out of existence, more or less. Is because when I go up to a random person, I tell them, "Hey, you know, the war on cholesterol is completely bullshit, and you should probably eat more cholesterol." And they'll tell you exactly why. I tell them a little bit of a story. It takes about 30 seconds or 40 seconds to explain, and they'll fucking take it. 5 years ago, this would have been impossible. This would have been impossible 5 years ago. Absolutely impossible 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
Now everybody accepts it. That tells me that there's a massive shift. It's the same thing when it comes to like various other things. I'd be explaining them, oh, hey, by the way, here's a super insane thing that you would have never been able to accept 10 years ago. Well, here you go. You're accepting it as if it was reality. This is where the info shift is coming into place. You can really see how things have changed over the last couple of years. And alone in 4 years, it's insane what has happened.
You are basically a flat earther if you believe that vaccines were harmful in any way. And now we have RFK Jr. collaborating with Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's actually insane. And people are actually aware of their health now. They're aware of the fact of what's happening. It's great. It's a great thing to see, because I don't like to fight with people about their perception as to what they think nutrition is based on someone else's uneducated fucking opinion. Like, it's great to not have fights about it. It's great when you hear somebody say, oh yeah, I do that too, and here's how I optimize my thing because I've come across these problems. It's like, god damn, now I'm learning something. Before that would have been absolutely fucking impossible. You know, you come across this and some people are still stuck in their ways and they'd be like, oh, you shouldn't eat all this red meat. I'm like, why?
Yeah, why?
What's the problem?
You should eat more seed oil.
Because you gotta get more cancer. You gotta get more cancer. Like, how am I getting cancer? Like, the population that is eating all the stuff that they're supposed to eat are getting more cancer than the people who are eating the thing that they're not supposed to eat. So what the fuck is happening here? Can you explain that one to me? No, that's right, they can't.
Makes sense.
Anything
It's
the
an area
government tells you to do,
brain.
basically, do the opposite.
Yes.
You say that fucking Joe Biden wants to ban cigarettes?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, he's reducing. He's ordered a reduction of the nicotine quantity so that they put in cigarettes to the point where it's just basically fucking worthless to smoke. Like,
Yeah, bullshit. Leave the nicotine alone. Leave the nicotine alone. That shit's okay. Leave the fucking
Push everyone to the black market. The black market and the cartels, seriously.
Cartels will get it. Correct. Yes.
Exactly, go 100% of power. Whenever you make something illegal, there will always be a market that buys it somehow. And then you basically are giving more power to all the people that will set up a black market. That's how it always works. Remember what happened in Prohibition? A lot of the gangsters that came around, they were only as powerful and as influential and as dangerous as they were because it made something as ubiquitous as fucking alcohol illegal.
Yeah.
Imagine there was an illegal market, like a black market for fucking alcohol.
Not for
So
beer.
they created their own threat. Incredible.
Fucking stupid. Shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be banning, cigarettes. Cigarettes are good for you.
The nicotine is kind of okay.
Cigarettes are not good for you.
The cigarettes themselves, by the smoke, they're not good, but some of the nicotine sometimes can be quite good, actually. It can be quite beneficial. You just shouldn't abuse it. Like, don't fucking smoke an entire pack in a day. Like, probably don't do that.
Yeah.
So in Europe, there's a huge trend. Well, everyone uses snus basically. Have you heard of it? It's basically nicotine packets that they put in between their lip and their tooth.
Yeah,
And their gum.
now.
Oh, you are?
There's a baby.
Yeah, that's my baby.
Yeah,
it's Artemis.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Male, female?
Female, her name is Artemis. She just turned 7 months on the
Cute.
22nd of December. Thank you.
Yeah, she's really adorable. She's really adorable. I met her.
Ian's met her, yeah. She has a bit of a cold right now, but she's a trooper. She's a warrior.
Nice. Good
So
stuff.
I'm using ones called Velos. I think they're from Sweden. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't take any nicotine whatsoever, by the way, but like, yeah. I don't feel as though I need it. I've taken it like once or twice. Sometimes it depends. Like whenever somebody's like getting into smoke, like if somebody has like a very good cigar or something. I mean, that's gonna be an easy sell for me. I'll be honest with you. I understand the value of cookie stuff. Like it's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna be into that.
They're so goddamn cheap in Europe too. What the hell?
Cigarettes, you mean?
No, snus.
Oh, those, yeah. Cigarettes are actually quite interesting. So there's this thing where in Spain I think they tax the cigarettes, and in Great Britain they do not. And so the problem is there's a British overseas territory that's called Gibraltar, which is right next to Spain. Actually, the southernmost tip of Spain, there's like two tips effectively, and one of those tips, which is pretty good, I think closest to Morocco most likely, that one is Gibraltar. The thing is, that is British overseas territory, so it's technically, Great Britain in a sense, right? Those technically still separate in some ways. And they have different laws when it comes to cigarettes than they do in Spain, so they keep smuggling it around. It's a well-known thing. It's fucking funny. I've seen this myself. I was there for quite a while, and I saw how all of that happened. It's like this one dude tried to smuggle it in his fucking tire, and his tire exploded, the cigarettes, whatever. Fucking fun times. Do it recommend it, by the way. Don't smuggle cigarettes. And this is just like, it's a thing. The police talk about it sometimes. They even try to like get Gibraltar to somehow do something about it. Be like, man, just put some sort of law. Maybe a limitation as to how many cigarettes you can carry around. Because holy shit, man. They're getting overwhelmed over there, and I think they did at some point. I know. But yeah, it was hilarious.
Adrian and Nauta, I think this thing might be interesting for you. Like, there are some chips that the Xiaomi phones have been found to have like critical vulnerabilities, and it's been exposed. So the attackers have been exploiting these vulnerabilities to make like fake payment transactions, sort of. It's a MediaTek chipset. How? So I mean, these chips, they are operated on the TE. TE is the trusted execution environment, right? Like the attackers were exploiting. So there was this fake payment packages which use third-party unprivileged applications. So they use that to get RC into these packages, which was super interesting.
Wicked.
I have shared the news article in our chat.
Cool. Fuck, that was a little bit too much oregano. That's fine.
What are you making? Pizza?
No, I'm cooking some steak. I always like to do the same thing. I have a little bit of Italian seasoning with this fucking spice that's called savory. It's a plant that smells very, very nice. The Germans they call it Bohnenkraut. There's no way anyone's gonna fucking pronounce that shit.
Wohlenkraut?
Bohnenkraut.
Bohnenkraut.
Yeah, it's Bohnenkraut. It's a German thing. Yeah, okay, so I mean, look, here's the fun thing about Germans, when you go to like a place, you want to order some food and you try to like read some shit off the menu in German, it sounds like you're about to make the furniture float. I swear to God.
That's a very good way of explaining it.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, I'm about to summon Cthulhu real quick. Here, can you get me this thing? But in reality, it's like, hey, can I have this fried chicken but keep the spice off of it? True story. I always find that funny because, like, whenever I went to like different countries, I tried to read the languages or like the menus and speak them. So it was like,
Adrian, how do you feel about kohlrabi?
it's nice. It's a fun vegetable if you want to like chow down on something that's semi-sweet and isn't really that nutritious, but you just kind of want to fill your stomach with something. It's kind of good. So yeah, it's a nice one. I don't know what it's called in English, but I like it. I've always liked it. It's kind of sweet. It tastes like a...
See, that's my issue. I have seriously been trying to look up the English term for it, and all I could find find is that apparently international people call it kohlrabi too because it's so uncommon. But it's technically, I mean, it's just a root vegetable. It's kind of like a radish type of thing.
It's like a less sweet, radishy version of a pear. That's what it tastes like to me.
Like a turnip.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like the conferences, the green things. They call them conference pear because it was rated as the green pear, the specific one, was rated as the world's best pear, I think, in the London Pear Conference, and that's such it was called the conference pear, I believe.
By the way, fun fact, while you are currently preparing your steak, I'm at the grocery store to buy a steak.
Nice.
Do they have like a...
Nice.
I'm standing right in front of a selection of steaks. I feel like I'm in a steak museum.
What are you going to get? Sirloin?
Ribeye, ideally, if I can find a good one. I think I just discovered a good one.
Oh, your ribeye first. I'm a sirloin
yes,
person
that one
myself.
looks good. I'll send you a picture in your DMs and you can tell me if it's good.
Sure, I guess. I don't really do ribeyes. I do sirloins most of the time. So I like just a very simple cut of steak. It has everything that you need in it. Easy to cook.
So you first sear it on the stovetop, right? High heat, and then you leave it in the oven?
No, I don't do reverse heat. I put it straight in the fucking pan, like with some butter, and put it on there, like medium-high heat. So I eat like 3 steaks in one sitting. That is... I think each is about 200 grams, 250 grams. So that times 3, you get the thing. It's like, you know, almost a kg, approaching a kg of steak. And that's like one meal. I don't eat more than that in a day.
What Jordan Peterson did also, I completely agree with. He went on a completely carnivorous diet, and I've done that before. I think there is so much merit to it. I agree with you.
I'm more of a paleo person, if anything. I do kind of like, you know, eat some other stuff that I like. I eat some carbohydrates still. I'm very flexible in my diet. But primarily the foundation is like it's a vertical diet. So like the foundation is fucking high protein and shit. Like 100% it's a steak that's carrying everything. And then everything else is just going on top effectively. So like a exact opposite of what the normal diet would suggest, which is like the normal diet, they say it's 80% carbohydrates and 20% proteins, when in reality it should be the exact opposite. It's 80% proteins and 20% carbohydrates. And look, a lot of people judge me for this and be like, wow, it's a very abnormal way of eating. I'm like, no, it's actually the best way of eating, and also maximize cholesterol as well. And let me tell you something, I have the fucking highest energy out of most people. Everybody's like, how are you doing this? Well, I don't inundate my body with a bunch of shit that it is not built to digest, so yeah.
You know, there's a whole theory that this idea and this notion that you're supposed to have the typical American breakfast, it's poison. It's literally a lobby that was hired to market cereals and grains and all these sugars to the American people in the mornings. It's literally
so fucking stupid because it shuts down your immune system. Like, actually weakens your immune system by a fair amount. It's like the sugar itself. It's like a high impact thing on your immune system. Very bad. Very, very, very bad. So, like, basically, imagine this. You're about to go to work. So what you've done is you've just inundated your body with a bunch of really sweet shit. You go to work, imagine somebody's sick. Fucking 100% you're getting that shit. And you're going to have a bad, bad day.
100%.
I can imagine. That looks delicious, by the way, Naomi.
Alright, let me flip my steak so I'll get to looking at it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really good.
I found the very last steak that has very nice marbling. That's what I appreciate about a good steak. It has to have good marbling. So basically, get a Wagyu on cheap.
Nice. Alright, let's take a look here.
Yeah.
So there's something
Alright, let's see.
Max.
Oh, yeah, that shit's good.
I highly suggest you follow.
Organic. Non-antibiotics, started hormones. USA organic. Yeah, that shit's good. Just fucking slap it on the grill. This thing's great. Yep.
I know my
100%.
steak.
She does.
That's
I
perfect.
can attest
I
to that.
didn't
She
even have that
used to
good
make
steak.
a lot of steaks for me when I lived in Italy. Amazing. Amazing.
Meat is so good. I can't believe that people literally live a life without eating meat. No wonder everyone's so miserable.
But Ian, here's the thing. Living in Dubai, right? You have access to meats from all over the world. Argentina, Brazil, the US, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can order it off, what's the name of that app? It's like you order fresh food off of it.
name.
Sorry, she was crying. There's a few.
Barakat. Yeah, Barakat.
Barakat? Yeah.
Yeah, Barakat, yeah. Yeah, you can also buy meal kits if you're like really fucking lazy.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
Yeah. But yeah, no, there's a lot of options in Dubai, like crazy amounts of options. You know how in the US you have like all the crappy Soylent shit. I'm pretty sure they have that here too, but obviously they're going to be very different ingredients and not Soylent.
Yeah.
I see these YouTubers. They always talk about this thing called Factor. Have you guys tried that? Seems interesting for lazy people.
Wait, I was just gonna say, isn't that one of these things where you get the ingredients and then you have to cook it?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna mention that hot take. This is the devil. I absolutely hate it because the most fun part about cooking for me is to be creative with random ingredients and then create something amazing with it. But if you already get all the ingredients, then you still have to cook. So you just get the boring part, but not the creativity that's involved with it. It's exactly like these images where you just paint in the numbers with colors and it already prescribes where you have to put certain colors. I think it's so mind-numbing.
It's lazy, yeah. And you don't really save that much time anyway, because if you have like a recipe in your head, you can already do that. Yeah.
If you're gonna cook, at least make it fun.
Yeah.
Now I'm buying eggs, by the way.
Nice. How much do they cost in America right now? These eggs.
Should be pretty good,
So the thing about America is just that you get everything in maximum size. So like right now, I'm staring at eggs and there's like, what is this? 15 packs? No, that's 18 eggs.
Dumb bitch can't even answer how much for a dozen.
Nothing. I do not see a single packet that contains like 6 eggs. Best we can get is 12 eggs, and they cost around $8.
That's pretty good.
That's decent.
Pretty good. Shit's $1.99.
And they're organic, by the way.
Fuck.
The organic
They
ones,
definitely
they're
are.
$8.
Definitely are. And you guys, it's interesting. Free range versus organic versus, what is, in all your opinions, the healthiest egg to consume?
Free range. 100%.
Free range.
100% free range.
Absolutely.
Something organic. Like, if you have free range, it's the eggs specifically are going to be so much better. The meat is going to be a lot more gamey if you have the free range, but the eggs are going to be so much more
Isn't it
flavorful.
pasteurized though? I
Agreed.
don't know exactly how the American definitions are. In Germany, it's a different system. In Germany, it's actually an interesting fact. We have numbers on the eggs. Like they are kind of like a little stamp on the eggs. And the number 2 is basically the worst. And then the higher it gets, 0 is the best. That's kind of like organic, best eggs you can get. Isn't pasteurized better than the free range? I have both
Yes,
of them
definitely.
right next to each other. And the pasture is the more expensive one.
Hey, pasteurized
I
egg?
think that's the better one. I looked it up a couple of days ago.
They don't pasteurize the eggs. It means it comes from a pasture. And so, yes.
Oh, that's what you
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
it's
right.
like, what's the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Guys, that's so interesting. So the worst egg is number 2. That is so accurate. Finishing first versus finishing second place, it's like you might as well be last. So I like that.
Wicked. This is good.
Not to be harsh. But
What do you feed your baby?
so so she has a bit of a cold right now, but so she's very, very uncomfortable. But I make her fresh, believe it or not, steak puree. I give her Japanese purple potatoes. Give her organic quail eggs. Actually, I give her organic carrot puree with sweet potato, organic pears, peaches, apples, squash. I give her bone marrow.
Ooh, very good.
Nice.
Yeah, bone marrow. What
That
else?
kid's going to turn into a giga child. Holy shit.
She's very big. It's funny, when I gave birth to her in May, they actually kept me in the hospital for like 6 extra days because they were like, I gave birth to her in Sweden, and they were like, she's very small. I'm like, yeah, you're all Vikings in this country. I have petite genes. But it's funny funny because she actually now for 7 months she's wearing 12-month-old clothing, so I take very good care of her. And the formula, in case anyone, I breastfed her and did formula simultaneously. But the formula that I've been using for her is Kendamil.
Right.
Organic.
It's not the weird. It's not the weird shit that they get from Nestle, which has like hydrogenated seed oil in there.
No, it actually is free of the palm oil. It's based in the UK off of a farm.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Good stuff.
Pretty good. Good stuff.
Yeah, so it's more work, but it's worth it. You know, it's totally. It's going to end up, you know, resulting in her having a very, very healthy immune system. I'm already reading her Newtonian physics and quantum physics for babies. I'm getting her ready. One of my, actually, a friend of mine, when he found out the name, I said, Artemis. He goes, what are you, competing with Elon Musk? I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, yeah, he named his space warrior Artemis. I have no idea. I just love the name. And in fact, it's the Greek goddess of the hunt, but also Artemisia was the name of the female warrior commander of King Xerxes' naval fleet, apparently, in ancient Persia.
Yeah, that kid's 100% turned out to be Giga Chad. That's happening.
To be what?
That kid's 100% turning out to be Giga Chad. Like, the female version of Giga Chad. Do you know what Giga Chad is?
No, actually.
You don't know what Giga Chad is? Okay,
Giga Amazon.
Okay, so there's like, so there's this meme of a dude that is extremely jacked, like extremely lean jacked, has extremely chiseled features. It's I think a Russian supermodel or something, and he made the rounds on the internet because of his physique, and they call him the Giga Chad, right? There's also a female equivalent to that because as the meme became super ubiquitous, they said, hey, there has to be a female version of the Giga Chad, and there's a female version of the Giga Chad, which is ironically enough just the Photoshop version of the actual Giga Chad. So yes, that's what a Giga Chad is. Super ripped, muscular individual.
Interesting. I have a feeling she's gonna be more feminine. Well, it depends on her what she wants, but more feminine in her physical features, with strength, obviously, you know, toned and stuff like that. But the main focus is going to be her brilliant mind. She's going to firecracker.
Good. Start them early. Make sure to teach them good mathematics in the beginning, not like this weird shit that they teach them nowadays.
No, I'm definitely not raising her there. I'm between, you know, Dubai, Sweden, London, the US, so kind of all over the place, but I'm a big advocate for homeschooling.
Great.
Do you post about that? That kind of content about how you raise your kid? Because I think that's pretty amazing. I think you can inspire a lot of people.
You know, I think you're right, Naomi. Thank you for that. I think a lot of people simply just don't know that there's an alternative. They hear what they hear and they go with it. So
and
thank
I think
you. I'll definitely consider
a big problem is that a lot of people think it takes so much extra effort and it's something that's so niche. But I think we just need to make it mainstream. Like, if you care about your baby, then that should be the status quo. Because don't you want your baby to become a smart, intelligent, and a caring individual that is curious about the world? And in the long run, you're going to have a lot less problems with your child if you raise it this way.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think people are lazy and selfish. Adrian, sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I'm just like zooming around in the kitchen making my food.
Yeah, Naomi, you're absolutely right. It should be that way. People should want the best for their kids. You know, in some ways, people unfortunately are in positions where they can't necessarily do, you know, the same things that others are, you know, lucky enough to do. But
Oh my God,
I've seen a lot
Adrian!
of parents who are just negligent
Hi.
and they're just selfish.
Is
and
that you?
I think that the future generations are kind of veering away from that.
Oh my
and
God!
becoming a little bit more, you know, turning back to more conservative or quality values. But I've seen a digression from that for sure over the last few generations.
Great. That's good.
But
I hope more people do because that's good for our civilization.
what?
I hope more people are like that. It's good for our civilization because, you know, there has to be base people in the world to, like, you know, be with. Otherwise, the world's going to be quite empty and very annoying.
That's right. Do you have any kids, Adrian?
Not yet. We'll soon though, eventually.
Amazing.
Having kind of a goal set in mind. There's a bunch of stuff that I need to achieve first. I think it's probably going to come along a lot faster than I imagined, but there's a bunch of stuff I need to do first.
You'll get it done.
Oh yeah.
Manifest.
Adele, I truly think that there is a niche for this that hasn't been fulfilled yet on X. If you just posted some videos just describing your experience as a mom and how you treat your kid and how you raise your child, that could do very well. I would support it.
Don't post any pictures of the kid on the internet though. That's the thing that I would like very, very strongly recommend against. There's a lot of weird shit on the internet, and it's 100% not a good idea to do. Especially one day that kid grows up. It's an all-spec problem.
They got that going first, man. Like they did this thing at PDB, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar. I'm sure Naomi is. Where he posted. I think he had a picture of him and his kid, his daughter, and they like photoshopped themselves raping her. Fucked up. Yep.
Yeah, that was messed up. But wait, what about Adrian? What about like covering her eyes or covering her face?
Just in general, I wouldn't do it. Like I think children and pictures of children do not belong on the internet. Never have. It's just a strange side effect of the world, and everybody does this. And it's like it's so easy to find people as soon as there's like one picture of them on the internet. So for the future security of the child, it's important to not have like images of that child in any shape or form on that internet, especially as a baby. There's like no baby pictures of me, for instance, on the internet. I can 100% assure that.
Yeah, I completely resonate with that. I actually have a post about this on Sharenting about like what are the bad side effects of parents sharing their child's pictures online. You can have a look, but TLDR, yeah, please try not to share any private photos or videos.
It's just a risk you can't afford, and people think, oh, it's not so bad. It's just a little picture, like your relative or something. They pressure you into it. I'm like, I'm a very stubborn person, so you're not going to pressure me into doing jack shit.
Thank God. God bless you. We need more of you.
Well, it's the autism, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be around there. It seems to be a very common thing now these days. So there's a lot more of those around.
Thank you, Naomi. I'm gonna consider that heavily.
Yeah. Like that's one of those things that I'm very thankful for, is that there were no images of me on the internet. So a lot of people make this mistake, especially like, people my age, ironically enough, people that have had the ability to access the internet, create profiles of themselves as teenagers, and they do a bunch of absolutely fucking stupid shit. And it's there forever, It's like, you can't get rid of that. And like, what's gonna happen if one day your employer looks at this and you've done some really dumb shit, like in your teens or something like that, and then your fucking employer says, hey, this is the person who's working for you. You okay with this? Like, bruh.
So this reminds me of? It reminds me of actually Black Mirror and a phenomenon in China where they have this social credit score system, and depending on, like, for example, have you guys seen Black Mirror? There's an episode where this woman walks into a coffee shop, for example, and wherever she goes, Uber, coffee shop, a restaurant, the gym, if she doesn't have this pleasant, smiley, happy demeanor, people will rate her with a 1 out of a 5 rating, for example. And depending on your social score, you will be allowed into certain parts of the, living situation, and you'll be blocked from others. And China apparently has something, I think, that's kind of similar. Ian, you probably know about this.
It doesn't do that though, not to that extent. It's more like what you buy. So if you buy pornography, for example, that will be bad for your social credit score. If you don't have a job, that's just super bad for your social credit score. If you you get into arguments with people, you get arrested, that is super bad for your social credit score. It's all about controlling behavior, right? So they want you to be healthy. They want you to have children because
China has a really bad problem with people not having enough kids, right? So an easy way to raise your social credit score is to just have a kid, and then every time you buy, say, baby formula, for example, your social credit score goes up. And now what your social credit score allows you to have is loans, better recommendations for like housing, better jobs, because if your like social credit score is like too low, then you won't get a nice job. Okay, so it's in your interest to behave in a like socially positive manner. It's not about smiling or not getting into arguments or stuff like that. That's so minuscule. They can't really control that, right? It's more about your larger, like the larger scope of your behavior. Now, this is not implemented anywhere, by the way. Like it's not like fully implemented, like fully. It's like they're beta testing some stuff. But they haven't really been able to, pin down what is a really good system without, breaking everything, right? And there's a bunch of companies trying to run for it. And I think one of the companies that was developing the software has come into a lot of problems with the Chinese government. China used to promote a lot of internet-based things, right? Like Alibaba, for example. And they realized that giving these people too much power was actually pretty bad. Like Jack Ma, for instance, he is kind of an idiot. If you've ever seen his interview with Elon Musk, you kind of realize he's kind of a dumb guy. Okay.
Well, Elon schooled him.
Yeah. Right. And so China doesn't want giving that much power to these people anyway. And that's the reason why I don't think they're really going forward with a social credit system. It doesn't seem like it's going to properly work. So I wouldn't see that happening in any near future. I think maybe in the distant future, like say 20 years or something, they might do something with AI that's related to it. But right now the system just is pretty easy to cheat and it's too easy to like fuck people over. So I don't think they want to do that.
Ian, there is a super interesting episode from Black Mirror called Nosedive. It's exactly like social credit system where so there is a woman who desperately tries to boost her points to get certain benefits in society.
Yeah, she's referencing it. Yeah, Adele's just mentioning it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see a system like that working in the near future. You really do need AI algorithm and like algorithms and stuff to calculate your actual behaviors, and it's too easy to cheat, honestly, right? If you can just boost your points by doing a certain thing, I mean, why wouldn't you just do it nonstop, right? If you could raise your points from say 700 and say let's say 1,000 is like the maximum you can get, why wouldn't you just buy 700 bags of baby formula? Just spend the money on it, and boom, your social credit's way up. That wouldn't make any sense. You get arguments with people, you get arrested. It has to be incremental, and on top of that, China is pivoting away from internet businesses over to the semiconductor industry. It's far more important, which is why they removed a lot of the executives who were previously in charge of who are getting like all this government subsidies and stuff. They stopped giving them that and took that money and given it to the semiconductor industry because they realized that is way more important, and that there's like a bigger fight to be had with like America when it comes to this stuff. Like overall technology is more important than social control.
Do you think we could ever have a social currency system of our own here?
I wouldn't want to. It'd be terrible, but it could happen.
Yeah, it would death of society, honestly.
Yeah, you want people to behave freely, not terrified of everything. And on top of that, you can't shut down everyone. You're going to have a system where, like in the UK, it's illegal to make memes. It's illegal to post memes of, British politicians. They could literally sue you for defamation. But are people doing it anyway? Yeah, they are. And they're getting pissed off about it.
So I think there are certain people who are trying to implement such a system using CBDC. It's like a programmable currency where they kind of dictate what you can do. Exactly.
Banks control everything. Like Australia is more likely to implement that than anybody else at this point. The population is relatively small, and the banks there already ask you for what you're using your money for, right? Like if you go to a bank in Australia and you try to withdraw, say $200, they'll ask you what are you using this money for? No other country does this, right? China doesn't ask you what you're using
Sweden does.
for.
Sweden does that.
Sweden does that?
That is interesting. That is so
stupid and so terrible. Yeah.
It's so stupid.
They don't do this in the U.S. They don't do it in Russia. They don't do it in Dubai. Obviously, they don't fucking do it here. You can do whatever you want. But it's terrible.
Dubai's fantastic.
if you have a lot of money, why the fuck would you want to live in a place like Australia anyway? You know, you leave. For a variety of reasons, not just the fact that everything wants to kill you, right? All the wildlife once you're dead, unless it's really really cute, in which case fine. But having to put up with 9/10 of the wildlife trying to kill you is pretty bad. But beyond that, the social situation in Australia, from what I know, and Australians can feel free to correct me, is that they do suffer from a thing called tall poppy syndrome. In which case, if a person is successful, they kind of shit on that person and they try to keep you down. And that's why. It's so bad.
I think that's in almost every society, but I actually say I would think that it might be a good idea as an investment to actually develop Australia in some parts that aren't developed yet.
100%.
Or Canada for that, right?
Yeah.
And to start getting people to live there. I mean, what an incredible way of being part of the next real estate.
Well, the issue is that people living in these, I don't know about Canada, in regards to this, but in Australia, there's a lot of pushback against migrants, right? Even wealthy migrants, because the issue right now is Chinese migrants or investors are coming in and buying up all the property in places like Sydney, right? It's all owned by the Chinese, and it's pricing out a lot of the local homeowners. So they're super upset about that. And that is not a thing that the Australian government really wants to talk about because it makes them look really bad, given that they've, allowed this to happen. So they're not controlling it properly. But on top of that, there's also like a shit ton of regulations. So I don't think it's easily like the best place to go if you want to invest in something. It'd be better if you, invest in the UAE or Saudi Arabia, because there's a few regulations in places like this.
But the Chinese have been doing the same thing in the U.S.
Yeah.
In California,
yeah, South Dakota. It's a big problem there, and there needs to be restrictions on what Chinese companies, because it's not individuals that are buying this stuff; it's companies that are buying up farmland right next to U.S. military bases. And they did this in Panama, by the way. Trump talks about this, about how the Panama Canal is literally surrounded by Chinese bases. What the fuck, right? It's essentially the Chinese canal. And that is, in America's interest, that is not in America's interest at all. America needs to do something about Panama. That is a guarantee. They cannot let the Chinese, control the Panama Canal because they are charging the American ships that cross it a lot more money than they're charging the Chinese ships. Why is that? Because they can get away with it. And Biden lets them get away with it. Obama let them get away with it, right? But Trump will not let them get away with it.
Speaking of,
we're gonna take back the Panama Canal. It's gonna happen. We're gonna make it great again. We're gonna make it ours again.
I was just gonna reference Trump. That's telepathy. That's hilarious. I was gonna say that Trump has mentioned again. 2019 was the last time I think he mentioned wanting to actually have the U.S. acquire Greenland.
Yeah.
I think he offered like $100 million to Denmark. The question is, do we really want to have the far left ideology
it's not
encroaching even more greatly
I'm not
on
concerned
America?
about that. So, okay, the reason I'm not concerned about the far left people living in Greenland is because there's only 40,000 of them. They can't affect anything, right? And on top of that, I wouldn't even necessarily call them far left so much as they are. They want to be autonomous. They want to be independent from Denmark because they're not really getting much out of Denmark, right? Denmark is only now trying to invest in them because of what Trump said. If Trump didn't say anything, they wouldn't be getting anything. So Denmark is terrified of the prospect of losing Greenland to
Denmark funds half their government though. Half the money that the government.
There's not that much money though, Like Denmark is a rich, wealthy, rich country. Yeah. They don't
but
care.
Still,
they're just not doing much.
Half their government money.
Yeah, they're just not doing much with the place. There's a lot of resources there. It's very unfortunate that the place has just been allowed to sort of be just nothing. I wouldn't even call it a tourist attraction because nobody's traveling there. There's literally nothing there, right? It's barren as fuck, right? There's a lot of resources, but there's nothing there to visit. So I would see that, it wouldn't become a state. So a lot of people are concerned, what if it becomes a state? Then, you're going to have more Democrats. I don't think that's even going to, matter because they're not going to become a state. They're going to be a protectorate. They're going to be like Guam, for example, right? Would have as few rights as the people in Guam do. They'd be U.S. nationals rather than U.S. citizens, so they wouldn't even be able to vote. So not super concerned about that. And on top of that, if they decide on their own terms that they want to join the United States, they would be 100% loyal to Trump. That's the thing. I mean, Trump Jr. is going down there. I'm not sure when, but he's going down there. He's going to be talking to the guys there, and they're going to make this happen. This deal is going to happen. Whether Denmark
really
likes
think
it
so,
or whether
Ian?
England likes it, it's going to happen.
Do you really think so? Do you think they're going to be loyal to Trump? Honestly,
I guess so.
So Adele, when Alaska joined the United States, it was thought that they were going to be Democrats because of the nature of them being so disconnected from the continent at the time, which was more Republican friendly. But what ended up happening was there was an indigenous political culture that took root, and there was a lot of settlers from the mainland that went into Alaska that ended up terraforming the politics of Alaska, that made it more and more conservative and Republican friendly. I could see a lot of working class legacy Americans moving from the continent to Greenland to terraform their society and perhaps make it much more Republican friendly. I could definitely see the government, U.S. government, invest tremendously in Greenland, making the locals, grateful for Trump. They could easily become Trump voters. I don't see why not. Also, with American media, entertainment, the internet, people can easily be amendable. And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of them are of European stock. And Caucasian Americans or European Americans, they tend to swing more right-leaning. I could see them definitely being Republican voters.
Not just Europeans, a lot of them are indigenous, and if you look at who voted for Trump recently, a lot of indigenous people voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also like one of the wedge issues that'll be right, and then again, like if they're a territory, like these guys can't vote, they're nationals, so it doesn't really matter.
Yes, that's true. Yes and no, but it's still something to think about. I mean, if Donald Trump can convince Denmark, Greenland, and the international governing bodies that will be part of this decision making to sell, I mean, wow, that'll be something that when was the last time in history that America acquired another country, basically, in recent history?
America needs to acquire Canada and Mexico.
Oh man.
So it becomes like an entire nation. So it's like the United States, but instead of the United States, it's Canada, United States, and Mexico. So it's come. I'm gonna make this joke so mainstream everyone's gonna fucking talk about it.
It's definitely the third time I've heard you make it, and it gets funnier every time.
Mm-hmm.
So we get rid of the illegal alien problem by making Mexico a part of America. Perfect.
And you get all the manufacturing, so it's American made.
So I just got done grocery shopping, and it was way too expensive, as expected. Thank you, Bidenomics.
Lol. How much was it?
So you gotta subscribe so I can afford my groceries. Crying face. Just kidding.
How much was it? How much was it?
$71 and something, which is bad because this is gonna last for like 2 days.
That's fucking insane.
Yep. Steak, drinks, which is basically just water.
How much does that all come to? I missed it, so I was like,
$71 and something. Terrible.
$71 for steaks and drinks and
oh yeah, and some salmon.
And some salmon.
Yep.
That's a lot of money for a small.
That is a lot of money. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. Yeah. American prices are not okay.
They're a lot cheaper in Italy, What the fuck? And Italy's like expensive.
True. And then people told me that Italy was actually kind of expensive, and I'm over here. This is not good.
No,
America
definitely not.
In bad condition, so you are lucky that you voted for Trump.
Oh, yeah. Man, the thing about Italian food is that, it can be expensive. Like, we bought some really expensive steaks when we were there, right? But it was really fucking good steak, and the quality is like, you know, unbeatable. So you're paying for what you get, right? With America, it's like, well, you know, the qualities are going to be kind of, you know, middling. So it's like you're paying Italian prices for what is essentially not, you know, not really great stuff.
So I happen to think that food in Italy isn't that great between us. I think that Italian food elsewhere is much better. Although I will say the quality of the steaks, yes, that's great. In America, you get more flavor, but it's not as healthy, unfortunately.
Yeah, they put fucking sugar in it and everything, like HFCS. Not even sugar, not even real sugar, but HFCS, yeah.
Fake sugar. Holy shit.
Yep. From corn, yeah, because the corn lobby, you know, if you want to hear a funny story about how that happened, why HFCS is and everything, is during World War II, the United States subsidized the corn lobby, like not the corn lobby, but the corn industry, right, to essentially create cheap, tasty sort of foods for soldiers, right? And then when the war ended, they were like, okay, we got all this stuff, what the fuck do we do with it? And so the corn industry was like, well, why don't we just put it in everything? And they lobbied the U.S. government to allow that to happen. So that's the reason why you have HFCS in literally every kind of food. Even bread has fucking corn syrup in it.
Dude, it's the same shit with cheese. Or the reason why there's so much cheese on the pizza is because the government had too much cheese at the time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's a true story.
It is, yeah. It's
No
true
way.
Story. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody keeps asking, why is there so much cheese on American food? And it's like, well, it's because your government did that shit.
Well, they basically overproduced milk, right? Because they had a lot of dairy farms, and they still do. And you don't want to throw the milk away, because what happens to leftover milk is that you just throw it away. It's a waste. So they're like, well, why don't we turn it into cheese, and why don't we fucking sell it everywhere? Why don't we put it in everything? So they marketed it that way, and the government, you know, was on board with it. Because that way they don't waste food, they sell more food, and nothing goes to waste. Yeah.
So it hasn't changed since then. Yep.
Yep. And so you have disgusting American food that has way too much cheese on it.
And you can thank your government for that, because there was too much of it at the time.
Mm-hmm. Chicago's deep dish pizza. Have you ever had that? It is ridiculous. It's nothing but cheese. It is. It might as well be a casserole.
The best pizza in America is in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Back.
I wonder if there's any New Jersey pizzas in Dubai. I'm sure I can find one. I've been trying different places.
I can find it. We'll find it.
Yeah, there's like some really good places, like, you know, that I've found, and they're Italian pizzas, and super fucking good, man. Like, it's all like wood oven, you know, like wood fried ovens and stuff, whatever you call it. Amazing stuff. So good.
Is pizza healthy for us?
No.
It's better than sugar.
Dude, I'm sitting here eating like a fucking animal now. It's crazy.
About to make my steak too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm having like what is effectively, 750 grams approximately, almost 800 grams of fucking steak. With butter, a lot of butter, and just a little bit of bread. So everything's fucking covered here. After I'm finished with this, I'm gonna feel so happy.
In Farsi, we say "Nushajun," which means "Bon appetit."
Oh, right.
Nusajun!
A little
Nusajun!
coffee on the side here, diluted with a shit ton of milk, so it's basically a latte. And the fucking some water here. So I'm gonna drink 1 liter of water plus this coffee with the milk. So I'm getting everything.
Oh, except you don't ever get a salad, you fat fuck!
I'm getting my fucking milk. I'm getting my caffeine so I can, you know, accelerate my thinking. I get my butter. I get my salt. I get my proteins. Then I get my carbohydrates. All in fucking one.
Adrian, you're so German, honestly. It's really funny.
This is what Germans should be like, but I don't know any of them that are. Actually, as a matter of fact, I brought this kind of fucking diet to German. They could be like, they're gonna think that I'm somehow fucking mentally insane or some shit. I'm like, I'm not the one who's mentally insane here. This is what normal should be like, actually. And best thing is, I eat this only once a day. No breakfast, no dinner, no nothing. Just this.
No snacks.
No fucking snacks. Fuck snacks.
Intermittent fasting. Yeah. What time is it for you right now?
Who, me?
Yeah, Adrian.
Mealtime.
Mealtime for him.
Mr. Disman.
I don't think he doesn't give away his location. by, you know.
Yeah, no, actually, then don't. So basically, I have done what you're doing, and I have to tell you, I'm on East Coast time right now, but I feel so much better that way. I have, the energy levels are up. I'm a high energy person to begin with, but having that intermittent fasting, it just does something else to you. It actually, your body metabolizes better, everything. Your brain, it has not brain fog. Your brain can think more clearly. It's faster. All of the above. I agree with you. I recommend it for everyone to try it.
Eat once a day. That's all you need to do, really.
And you'll live longer.
Yep. Yeah. I say this as I open a new snooze pouch from Juicehead.
Yeah, DoorDash, McDonald's, Big Mac.
Oh, get all that stuff that's going to oxidize all your cholesterols.
Like, the pouches I got are like 6 mg, which is like fucking nothing. So I bought a bunch that are like 30 mg. We'll see how that goes.
I'm gonna turn it to Alex.
Ian, were you telling me that? Ian, were you telling me that in America the Burger King burger has like 2 teaspoons of plastic in it or something, microplastics?
Yes. Yes. 2 teaspoons of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's got 2 teaspoons of microplastics in it. It's fucking insane and disgusting.
Don't forget the water that you're drinking as well. Might have those chemicals in it that turn the frogs gay.
Yep.
Oh my god. Yes. You're drinking your neighbor's birth control or like.
There are chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Yep. That's a thing. That's real.
People thought that was a joke.
Depends on where you drink water, but yeah.
100%.
There's a lot of problems with the American drinking water supply.
Yep. That is true.
On top of that, there's the whole issue with a lot of pipes still being lead lined because they never replaced them in like older towns.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're right.
So you're drinking lead and you're making yourself sterile, and people are wondering why aren't Americans having enough kids? Well, that's one of the reasons.
Yep. Not just finance, but you literally kind of have it. Even sperm counts are going to shit.
Yep.
It's a huge problem.
Look at the the Try guys, right? Those idiots in BuzzFeed, those YouTubers. Dude, they did a testosterone test to see what their T levels were, right? And the average male.
That was insane.
Age, yeah, it's like if you're like 30 to 50, I guess it's going to be above 500, right? That should be like the adequate amount, right? Above 500, and you're sort of fine. 1,000 would be like if you're like super early 20s, or like 18 or something, right? Or even higher than that. If you're on, if you're getting injections, then obviously going to be like 1,000 too. Those guys, their T levels were below 200. Like the highest was like the Asian dude, and he was like 264 or something, which is really low. And the rest of them, all those the 3 soy boys, right? Their T levels were between 110 to about 150. That is like old man testosterone levels, okay? This is like when you're fucking 80 and you're not, you can't get it up anymore. That was how low their T levels were.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of people with low T levels, do you see that fucking male feminist who's Blake Lively is doing him?
That's a great way to lead into the discussion.
Yeah.
It's like the Family Guy meme where like guy sits down like,
Who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
So I haven't really been following that case, right? But I looked into it, and it seems like that the guy that Blake Lively is going after legally, right, is a male feminist ally. He runs a podcast for male feminists that talks about women's spaces and all this crap. And I think there was an instance where when she had a baby and she lost her baby weight, he was like kind of fucking weird about it. He's like, oh, that all went away, it melted away, like he was just kind of fucking weird about it. And like constantly commenting on women's figures. Like the guy's like actually a misogynist, but he's masquerading as a male feminist, right? I mean, all male feminists are secretly misogynist. So he's I guess he's very sexually inappropriate, and that's what he's being getting in trouble for. So if anybody feels like they need to defend this guy against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, I'm like, just stop, okay? Like this guy's a scumbag. This is like one of the bad guys. He's a male feminist ally, super far lefty, progressive type. Virtue signals all the time, and that's what these fucking people are. Fuck him. And by the way, they made fun of him in the Deadpool movie. Like, Nice Pool is based on him.
Oh, what?
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah, so you know where the nice cool character came from, right?
Wow.
Yeah, and they were basically mocking this guy. Yeah, they're making fun of him because like he's got a man bun, and the actual guy in real life is a man bun, right? And all his political views are completely the same as nice pools. The guy's like a hypocrite.
Wow.
Yeah. So Godspeed to Blake Lively. I hope she takes him down. Fuck that guy, and fuck anybody who's like that.
Yeah, feminists are just basically the worst. It's like fucking annoying.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guy who wrote the Avengers movie, right? Joss Whedon, right? Huge male feminist ally. I actually know some of the other actors on his shows, like Firefly and stuff. I've talked to them, and they're like, yeah, the guy was actually like abusing his wife, like psychologically.
Wow.
And meanwhile, he also fired Calista. I forget her name. She one of the actresses. She got pregnant while she was on the show with her husband, and he fired her from the show because she got pregnant because she didn't have that figure anymore. Right? She's supposed to be skinny.
That's like super illegal.
Yeah, it ought to be. It ought to be, but you got to.
It's completely illegal. Yeah, you get in trouble.
He got away with it though because it's Hollywood and he's like this huge male feminist ally and everybody is like terrified of him and there's like he would hang out with people like Anita Sarkeesian the feminists who basically destroyed video games, right, and they're all like part of the same group, right, the same clique, so they cover for each other. They know what a scumbag this guy is, and it wasn't until the whole Me Too thing happened. It's one of the few good things that happened there was where a lot of people used to work for him or work with him or had experiences with him came out and said, yeah, this guy was actually really fucking abusive. He was really abusive to the women on the shows. He would, tell them to basically starve themselves if they got too fat or something, like it's just fucked up. Fuck this guy. But they're all like that. I used to get into it with him on X back when it was Twitter, but he got scared off the platform. I think he deleted his whole fucking existence. You can't find him anymore. I don't know if he's done any jobs since he got cancelled. I mean, fuck him. But yeah, they're all like that. Can't trust these fucking people.
By the way, thanks, Jordan. Everybody's sending me fucking like eggplant emojis now.
Oh, great, nice.
Fuck you.
Dying right now. Oh my god.
Keep sending him eggplants and keep sending him hearts.
No more. Stop it.
I sent him a very nice message, which he liked.
Yes. He said,
If he can't take the love and the dicks, he can't take life.
When life gives you eggplants, make baba ganoush.
Make what?
Okay, by the way, Adele, you're gonna fucking love this shit. Auda is extremely against eggplants. He says he's never had an eggplant in his entire life.
Who is it?
Auda, this guy here, the guy with the Greek
really?
looking profile picture thing.
You're missing out, Ada.
I am not missing out.
Aubergines are very
You're
delicious.
gonna love this conversation.
Yeah, no, trust me, you're definitely not missing out. Stay
You
away.
told me.
Listen, eggplants are the most useless shit on earth. They look disgusting.
Delicious.
And they smell disgusting. And I bet they taste...
roasted eggplant. It's so
No, and I never will.
No, you should.
Dude, you're old
I will
enough to be
not.
introduced to some very deep lore. This shit's the funniest shit ever. Trying to get Auda to eat an eggplant. Hopeless.
Listen, I have never ever in my life ever had someone tell me, just try it, you might like it. And I try it. And it turns out not to be complete ass. It's always complete ass. Right? I look at that shit, I smell that shit, I already know it tastes like broken shards of glass.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
What are you talking about? No.
It's not like that at all, actually. It's very nice and soft.
I
There's great aroma.
I know, as soon as I eat an eggplant, I'm going to be shitting blood next day.
What? No. No.
Dude,
No,
like,
okay, so here.
I had your opinion. Used to have your opinion. I used to think eggplants were bad. I never tasted one before in my life. And then one day, I went to some Indian restaurant and they had like some eggplant thing there. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try it out. And guess what?
I'll tell you, the onboarding to people into the eggplant universe happens only one way. You turn those things into little fries.
Yes.
And you put like Canadian maple syrup all over that shit. Mwah.
No.
No, don't do
Yes. Yes.
that. What are you doing?
Yes.
I've never tried that version.
It's fucking
Oh,
delicious.
no.
I've had it, and that's like the best way I've ever had eggplant in my entire life.
Really?
Okay, ready for this?
Yeah.
Ready for this? You take the eggplant, you put it over an open flame on the stove or on the grill. You, with the skin on, you barbecue it till the insides are soft.
Yeah.
And then you blend it together with tahini and lemon. Oh, Artemis. And then you add pomegranate molasses and fresh pomegranates and dill. And you have an amazing dish with salt and pepper, of course, to taste. And, if I may recommend, has anyone here heard of aromat?
No.
Adrian, you should get some and put on your steak. You're going to thank me for it.
What is that shit?
What's up, Nor, right?
It's basically,
Nor Aromat.
it's
Yeah.
basically salt derived from onions.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, they sell it here.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably make that shit.
Anyway,
I should try
The
doing
point
that,
is-
actually.
the point is, we need several bombs just fucking blowing up every single eggplant on Earth. That's the point. No more eggplants. Done.
Hey, Ian,
Where the eggplant
my friend
guy-
Michaela's gonna come. Yo, Ian, my friend Michaela's gonna come up. Just when you see her, bring her up.
Which Michaela? Peterson Michaela or? Which Michaela? Who?
No, the American flag in the background.
Okay. Oh yeah, moussaka is good. Yeah, I know that shit's great. I had it a lot. I've eaten a lot of Greek food. Moussaka is actually one of the best ways to eat it as well. Eggplants, everything else kind of tastes ass with them. Eggplant parmigiano, I don't get that shit. I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Listen,
What about
we need,
veal parmesan?
we need a complete and total shutdown of eggplants. No more eggplants.
Outa, if one of these eggplant farms gets like attacked, we're coming for you.
I was joking.
Anti-eggplant terrorists. We're putting you on a list, okay? You're putting you on a list.
It's just like the list that goes by just one thing. It's the eggplant emoji, just like one.
Oh my god. Fuck all. You remember the South Park episode where like KFC gets banned, right? And instead they put like a wheat door.
Yeah.
I missed that episode.
I didn't miss that episode.
Don't worry about it.
Have you been a casual?
Okay, how about this? You can judge us on the you can judge us on eggplants, but we get to judge you on the. Okay, how about this? Okay, you can judge us on the eggplants, but we get to judge you on South Park. If you have the eggplants, then we're on level.
Wait, what do you mean? South Park is awesome.
No, as in we don't have to watch it all the way.
Yeah, we have to watch it all the way.
No, we don't. Because then we have to eat eggplants.
I'm a South Park casual.
Listen,
okay?
you are so casual.
If you
do not
eat
respect
an
casual.
eggplant, I will watch the entirety of fucking South Park.
I will never eat an eggplant.
Then I will never watch the entirety of South Park.
Yeah, fuck you.
Hey, you want to know something funny? And it's just random because it showed up in my timeline. But you remember when Ted Cruz went to, was it Acapulco or something, while there was a storm in Texas, and everybody shit on him for it?
Yeah.
Well, Karen Bass, who is the mayor of Los Angeles, shit on him for that. She tweeted at him. She said, "Ted Cruz fleeing Texas in the middle of a deadly crisis is part of a larger pattern of the GOP abandoning folks in crisis. We need to build a movement to kick them all out." She wrote that, right, in 2021. And here she is today, you know, in what? Where was she? Fucking Ghana, of all places?
Yes.
Yeah, she was like having a vacation in Ghana. I mean, who goes there? Jesus. He goes to Ghana while her fucking city's burning down. It's like, all right. So you're the mayor, and by the way, he's a senator, so he's got nothing to do with, you know, local Texas policies. Yeah. The absolute height of hypocrisy.
Rick Caruso should be the mayor of LA. He should have been our mayor.
Yeah, but
I
fucking
can't stand it.
all these people, you know, counter-signaled against him, so that's why he didn't win.
Did you
see the interview with Karen Bass in the jetway as she got off the plane? Yeah, some journalist. Some journalist is like, so your city's on fire. What do you think? And she just doesn't say anything for like 6 minutes while she's waiting to get cleared to enter the airport.
Yeah.
It's just like you'd think, like Ghana to LA, that's what, like a 12-hour flight. You think you'd have some time to like prepare some remarks, like when you landed, in anticipation that maybe a journalist would have a question for you. But you'd think you would think that would be something that someone would have advised her to do. But yeah, I guess that wasn't part of her advisor portfolio.
Some of the questions that were asked her were do you owe your citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire budget by millions of dollars? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. What are your comments? Brilliant. Just an absolutely brutal interview. Yeah, she's like a deer in the headlights, no comments, just literally quiet, staring at the journalists, and they're all asking her these nasty questions. It's great. Wonderful. She should be removed from office. She's clearly inept. In fact, the news story just came out, just broke now, that the LA fire chief, the one everybody's dunking on because she's pretty DEI, right? She's a DEI hire. But even she warned Karen Bass that the removal of $17 million from the federal, from the fire department's budget, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. So literally, her own DEI hire, right, who by the way is like hired because of her like gender and like sexuality and stuff, is warning her that cutting the budget is fucking stupid. So even that person who, is debatable when it comes to like whether they're good at their job or not, right, tells you that you are fucking up, then you should probably listen to them,
Imagine running a city and being like, hey, we need to cut the budget. It's a good idea. We live in a fire zone, and oh, by the way, insurance companies, it's so risky that insurance companies won't even insure houses here after we turn around and set a premium cap, which is another policy failure. What we should do in this place, which is on several major fault lines, when one of those fault lines ruptures, everything's going to burst into flames? I have a brilliant idea. We should cut the fire department's budget. I think that, like, who thinks that? Like, that's like the kind of thing where you're like, hey, I really need to be warm tonight. It's awfully chilly out, so I'm going to start ripping wood off of the side of my house and burning it.
Yeah. That is exactly what happened.
I mean, never mind the gaping hole in the side of the house, which is letting in 18-degree air. No, that's not a problem because I've got this fire right here, and that's keeping me warm and addressing my immediate needs. Never mind that the rest of the house is free. It's just like, it's so short-sighted. Like, you wonder, it must be malice, right? It's so incompetent. Like, who would actually do that? Who thinks this basic function, like you think about, oh, gee, we really need to make cuts. The firefighters, that's where we're going to go get that extra bit of budget so we can go spend it on, I don't know, that, $10 billion worth of whatever we spend on homeless NGOs where the CEOs get paid $500,000 a year to make the problem worse. Because that's where the money goes, right? In these places in California. They go and they hire a bunch of NGOs to perpetuate problems instead of fix them. And all of the people who run them get paid, half a bar a year in base pay because I don't know, because they're too flush with funding from, Ford and Annenberg and Soros and various others.
Correct. That's exactly what happened. It's insanity, really. And it makes you wonder, what the fuck are the people living there doing? Why are they voting these people in, Are the elections...
Because they're leaving. I mean, I think California, your U-Haul rates, if you're going from Texas to California, it's a lot easier to get a U-Haul than the other way around.
That's true, and they're running out of U-Hauls because there's just so much, demand to leave. Also, all the houses that burned down yesterday, that was, Pacific Palisades, that's a wealthy neighborhood. That's where, a lot of their high-end houses are, $5 million houses, and they're all burnt to a crisp. Those people are not coming back to California. They're gone. They're going to Texas.
Well, and the houses aren't insured, a lot of them, because of the premium.
They're not, yeah.
So,
you can't even insure them.
You can't even insure them.
Yeah. So they're leaving.
They're insured through a program which had, I think, as of April of last year, 24, had a $200 million surplus. But like the $200 million, okay, great. That's what, 100 homes? Mm-hmm. Like, okay, well, what happens when 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 burn down? Programs installed.
Yeah, and
I think we need to call this Pallygate and do an investigation. I don't know if this is real, but apparently Alex Jones is saying that James Woods confirmed that homeowner insurance policies were canceled en masse months before the massive Palisades.
Yeah,
they were.
But the reason they were canceled, so that the insurers wanted to jack up the premiums because the actuaries did their or whatever it is they have to do the risk assessment, and they said, listen, we're not charging enough money to actually bear this risk because the risk is so much higher because of all these other factors. And California went, well, tough, because we're not going to let you increase premiums beyond a certain level. So the insurers went, fine, then we're just going to cancel the policies and nobody's going to be insured because we literally, it doesn't make economic sense for us to do it because the risk is so high. So they canceled the policies because, again, California wouldn't let them charge what they needed to charge in order to make it worth their while to bear the risk. And so it was a state policy failure. So they pulled out, and now all the houses are down.
You can't even blame the insurance companies for not wanting to do that, because it's like, why would they want to insure a house that is almost guaranteed to burn down because of the policies that suck that enable this to happen, right? So, yeah, it's not some not really conspiracy. It's more like it's just economic sense.
So get this, my business partner and I work on. We have a proprietary water tech, right? And we're able to identify bodies of water all over the world under the ground. And apparently, a few years back, we had, provided the intelligence of where water is located, the business partner's company, in California, literally around the areas that were burning. And where was that information? It was sitting in someone's desk. And it never was used. Imagine if they had actually taken the information we gave them, they bought, by the way, and implemented it. They would have been able to save so many homes and businesses. This is California for you.
Mm-hmm.
As you were explaining that offering, you were like, we have this technology and this method for identifying bodies of water. And just before you said, and bodies of water which are underground, I was thinking, where is this going? Like, we have technology to identify bodies of water. I guess they're blue, but then you mentioned it was underground, and then
and thank God I did.
It was a really strategic pause, and I was like, where's she going with that? What is it? Is it kind of is it like a radar or something that you use? How does it work?
It is actually. It's a combination of tech and also scientists that are able to geolocate with use of certain satellites, but also their own special mathematical kind of equations and different sounds of identifying these things. And it goes beyond water, honestly, but we're the only ones that have this specific technology, so it's pretty cool.
That's super cool.
It really has helped a lot of people in Africa, in parts of South America, parts of the Middle East, in South Asia. So, it's just, thank you. Proud to be part of it.
That's cool. One thing that I see a lot of people posting online, and this is coming from both the left and the right, so it's not really a political thing. This is more of a character thing that speaks to people's lack of character, rather, is people cheering on the fires, saying, oh, they voted for this, fuck them, and they can just rebuild a house, or, it's not that much money, or, it's just a house, who cares, just dismissing the fact that people just lost their homes, okay? And it's not just the fact that some of these houses are really expensive, they're like $5 million, right? It's not just that, right? It's the fact that they've lived in these houses for like 20 plus years. They've created memories in these houses. These are homes where their kids grew up in, okay? Like, imagine losing all of that. Imagine losing all of your memories. Imagine losing all of your stuff that you worked hard for your whole life, right? Your whole fucking life. You struggled to, you lived in maybe shitty apartments for a while, and then eventually you hit it big, you buy a nice house, right? And you build build it, you make it your own, you decorate it. It's just beautiful, right? It's something you take pride in. And then, fucking fire comes along, burns all of it down because the city fucking sucks, and you lose everything. And then you have idiots online who probably don't understand the value of memory or the value of like having things, right? Having nice things. They're cheering it on. It's like, it's disgusting. It's like, fuck you, like.
It's not their, this is the thing, like, it's not their fault, right?
No, it's
not
not
your fault. It's not your fault if you live in California and the government sucks. Yes, because there are a lot of people who tend to think a certain way. What happens is there are certain outcomes and the government sucks. But like, it's not, there's no direct line of causation to be like, yes, I vote blue and I live in LA. And, oh, by the way, my government also stinks. Like, there have been Democrats who have been decent in government at different points in history, right? But it's just that there's a particularly unique disease that happens to be currently infecting that party, which means that every urban area we have in the United States is run like shit. And it's going to take a lot of institutional effort to break it. What we should be doing is saying to these people, this sucks. We are so sorry that this happened. But a basic function, right, of civilized society is that cities don't get burned down by natural disasters that are eminently preventable, right? We could be living, if you put Palmer Luckey in charge of this problem, if you put Elon in charge of this problem, they would turn around and go, cool, what we're going to do is we're going to have a fleet of drones that patrol the city with infrared cameras. And the second there's a fire, we will dispatch them with fire retardant and they'll be on it and the fire will be out before it even starts. And we can do it for $100 million, right? That is the kind of stuff.
That's amazing.
Well, that's that's the kind of thinking that you need in order to solve a problem like this, right? And the thinking is in abundance, but just the government doesn't want it. They're just, because ideologically, they would rather be decelerationist. They would rather draw their paychecks. They'd rather take the tax money and redirect it to their clients of the institution, the institutions that they run. They're not there to actually administer a government. They're there to extract as much value as they possibly can. And like all of these people who've had their homes destroyed, like if you're going after them being like, haha, you're a Democrat, guess what? They're a potential Republican, right? These people are potential, and
you're right.
They're Republican. Like they're a potential citizen who we can turn around and say, listen, we agree. This never should have happened. It's not your fault. But if you want to fix it, we've got some solutions for you. And like it's there. This is a solvable problem that just like it isn't being solved because LA was spending, what was it? They spent like $600,000 on a single bus shade that was this little strip of metal, like about a foot wide and like 4 feet long, sticking off the side of a lamppost at a bus stop, and they spent $600,000 in 2 years because they had to do feasibility studies and all this other stuff. It's like, really, these people are sick.
Yeah.
But Preston, the Democrats are creating jobs with this fire now because people have to go and rebuild. That's a literal mentality.
And
Creating jobs.
Yeah, that's so
It's
fucked.
sick.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, I know. It's time for California to break off the rest of the U.S. It's not going to happen, obviously. Although, Gary, numbers guy, does think that Northern California, by 2036, will apparently be flooded out. Pretty crazy.
Ideally, the inland of California would split off and become its own state.
Yeah, the rest of California would never allow it.
No, the Bay Area is just too much power. Bay Area and Los Angeles, and San Diego, obviously. They wouldn't allow it now. It's kind of like Oregon, where you have Portland, which has way too many people in it, and a lot of them are not even born in Oregon, who don't have the culture of people living in Oregon, who dictate what happens in the rest of the state. It's ridiculous.
I think what you need to do in California is you need to have like a concerted movement, because like no one's ever going to vote Republican there. So what you need to just do is just take over the Democratic Party. So you run people who are really sensible as Democrats as a very organized thing, right? And you take people who've been kind of not very out with their political opinions and haven't been openly associated with MAGA or anything like that. And you just kind of like, it's very sub-defunction. You just kind of go, listen, here's what we're doing. we're going to just take over the Democratic Party, and we're going to take a couple people, and we're just going to try to kind of work this stuff from within, and then once we have power, we'll purge the party and get rid of the crazies from it, and we'll just run it nice and moderate. But like, it's a big conspiracy. You got to find a group of really capable, able people, and then just kind of target it and say, listen, we're just going to take this over. It's going to take 10 years to do it, and eventually, when we're done, right, we'll be done.
100%. So I just got into stock trading, and I bought a bunch of NVIDIA stocks. I know that's like a random thing, but I think it's worth it because I'm looking at the technology that they're making, and it's something I want to invest in. I feel like a lot of the time that people, when they talk about stocks or Bitcoin or some bullshit, they do it because they want to get rich, right? They're like, I want to get 50% returns on my my investment in a year, right? That seems to be like their only goal, but they're not investing it in the technology for like the right reason, I see the only people who stand away from this sort of mentality are people who invest in Tesla, because they truly believe in what Elon Musk is doing, and so they invest in this stuff, right? And that's great. I mean, that's what investment should be, because when you're a stockholder of a certain company, you kind of have a say in what they're doing, and it means that you trust in the product. And if you don't trust it, like let's say Nvidia were to start making some stupid bullshit, like what Intel is doing, I'd just pull my money out,
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, Bitcoin wasn't supposed to end up the way it hasn't ended up.
Yeah.
It really had the potential to, it's revolutionized a lot of things, but it was supposed to be next level, and it just didn't, unfortunately. It was taken over, hijacked by greed.
Yeah,
human
big
nature.
companies. Yeah, I remember when Bitcoin maxis, right, were investing in it, like just putting all of their money in it, not taking anything out because they believed in the technology. But now, if you look at the Bitcoin community, there's like a whole bunch of memes about this, right, where they're literally crying when Goldman Sachs doesn't want to buy Bitcoin. It's like, what the fuck? And you don't want Goldman Sachs to buy into it, It's terrible. But instead, that's what it's become.
I'm not so sure. I think at this point, I remember back in the day when like one bank would be like, hey, we're working on like a Bitcoin pilot. Everyone would be like, this is it, mass adoption's right around the corner. Like, we're all going to the moon, guys, get aboard the rocket. I think what's happened, so the big turnaround in crypto was when the SEC was forced to admit a bunch of ETFs, Bitcoin ETFs, that they've been holding up and blocking. They actually lost a lawsuit which said that the exercise of their discretion to block these ETFs was arbitrary and capricious, which is like basically that's about as hard as a court can smack an executive agency. And after that, crypto just started ripping, right? And you've had these inflows into Bitcoin particularly, but we're also seeing other ETFs, their assets. I think they've got an Ethereum ETF. That I think they're about to deploy a Ripple ETF. So
everybody just has to understand that like crypto is inevitable, and just deal with it. Crypto will always be inevitable. It just is what it is. Digital money is here to stay. It's too easy, too fast, too fluid. Ian, can you bring Michaela by chance?
I did. I tried. She's already a speaker on my screen.
I think it's
she's already up. Yeah, she's already up.
So she
can speak. Yeah.
So here's actually she's a listener on my screen. Maybe she is. So listen. Also, another thing I want to add to this conversation is, first of all, notice how the SEC refuses to define what Bitcoin or crypto actually is. And just FYI, I am working with a brilliant programmer, white hat hacker, who has created a technology to be able to detect crypto scams. So it's really, really cool. If he's able to launch it, which I'm trying to work on with him to get the correct people on board, it could really save a lot of people's lives.
Well, we'd have to ban Pump Fun. The whole thing is this goddamn scam.
You scam.
Pump Fun is weird, man. Like, it's like a...
Speaking of which, I have some Solana. Let's see what happens. Don't mention it.
It's a goddamn gambling site, and people go in there knowing that they're going to get rugged, because that's all it's about.
and yet they spend a lot of money in it on this stupid shit, right? And yeah, that's not great.
The pump fund is they're actually they're incorporated in England, which is slightly problematic because England doesn't allow you to act as a virtual asset service provider and sell virtual assets unless you are registered with the FCA. So you've got to have a full financial services license, and they don't. And one of the other problems is that if you do that without the license, like in the US, you'll have the SEC like sending you subpoena and they'll like mess up your life for a couple of years and you'll pay a fine. In England, you go to prison. So like it's really so they wound up closing the site in England. The FCA put out a notice, since the UK financial regulator put out a notice warning everyone about them. Like a while ago, I looked at their site. Like they didn't have a privacy policy posted. They didn't have a DMCA policy. Like really basic, like corporate website blocking and tackling that you'd expect to see. Is total clown show. But like they were making $100 million a month. It's just totally like that's wild money printer, and they never did anything properly. They were just like kind of sat back, and we're just sitting there, just being flooded in shitcoin money. It's the most amazing scam I've ever seen. I've not a scam, but like it's I use that term as a term of endearment rather than actually asserting that it's a scam.
Mm-hmm. It's absurd. And the people who get into it, who like spend money on that website, they know they're going to get rugged. So the idea is that they pump as much money into it as possible, and then they pull out before other people do, right? It's like that's the whole game.
Whatever happened to Hawk Tula girl and her scam? She wasn't even aware of being complicit in.
Well, we don't know if she was complicit. I mean, we don't know if she knew, right?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Like
apparently, she immediately surrendered and went and started working with the law firm to help you witness and help you, help you find where all the bodies are buried before you actually file the lawsuit.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Hey, she doesn't have a choice. She listened to a bunch of people from crypto, got a shitcoin, rugged not only her fans, but her entire fucking online reputation. That shit's never going away.
She destroyed her
I
reputation.
mean, I'm sorry, but her reputation, yeah.
Like, I mean, you had something. You had something. You had something. Now you have a massive stake.
She had a top 10 podcast. It was making money. It was pretty decent. I mean, I'm not saying the podcast is decent. Never should listen to a show. I just know that she. But that's long lasting. Now, she burned out really fucking fast, man. Like, she flew too close to the sun.
It's the Icarus, man.
Maybe she should have talked to a lawyer.
Yes. When you're about to engage with a massive financial decision that encompasses multi-million dollars of gravitas, that you may want to get yourself the best lawyer, because if you don't, you will need one anyways, because you will get fucked.
Yep, absolutely fucked. It's very sad. It's very sad. She was like, giving donations to like animal shelters. Yeah, just doing really nice things with her money, right? She didn't just like hoard it or anything.
I think it was more so marketing stuff than anything, because charity is like, you're better off reinvesting it into a place where
set up a base camp or something.
Mhm.
I mean, assuming they're like far long enough, they can do that, right? At a very minimum, just plant a flag.
Yeah. The
How interesting would that be?
For a second, I thought you guys were saying optimist robots.
options. These are Optimus robots. Yes. My name is Optimus Prime.
SpaceX logo.
Exactly. Imagine if your Optimus robot just walks up to you and says, "My name is Optimus Prime. We are cybernetic organisms from the planet Cybertron." The fact that I could do that is incredible.
Yep.
Looks like your voice.
Sam, where's the cube, Sam?
What's the cube, Sam?
We're gonna go to Bendigo, Morty. We're gonna get the fucking cube. Do you know that one? No? Okay, never mind. Don't worry about it.
What's that from?
It's Rick and Morty.
Oh.
I'm getting the cube.
The weird Rick and Morty shorts that they've done without the proper art, and it's all like really, really fucked up stuff. Like Rick and Morty go out to the woods and they go hunting, and like he actually wants to fuck Rick.
No, but goddamn, actually.
Yeah, it's like
It's like no, but goddamn, actually, I'm not into that myself, but I mean, hey, what's
It's screwed up.
It is a great show, though. It's a very twisted show, but it's a fantastic show.
Yeah, it's funny.
But I haven't watched Bushland Adventures of the.
No.
No.
No, I've never seen it.
Nah, haven't seen it. Grok, you can, if you ask it stupid questions, it gives you like really dumb answers. You know, like if you ask what a person's real name is, it will say that someone's real name is Ashley St. Clair. What the fuck?
Lol.
Like, why does it do that? Why does it do that? Why is it giving that answer of all things? I don't get it.
Can't trust Grok.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is Adrian Dittman's real name?
Yeah. Ask it that. Yeah.
Oh my god, Adrian Dittman's agent? Like, yeah, it says it counts as Adrian Dittman, so yeah.
Yeah, well, depending on who you ask the question about, it'll spit out some hallucinatory answer. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Like, I think it pulls it from, people's tweets, right? Like, people making
100%, of course. Sorry.
Like
every single post determines.
The one is you.
Like, every single post determines what will be seen next.
Yep. And so the truth is basically crowdsourced. It's not reality. It's like everyone agreeing that the Earth is in fact flat. And that is, what Grok will answer, assuming you were to ask a 12th century audience. There's the limits of AI, at least in Grok 2. With Grok 3, I think it should be a lot smarter than that. It won't jump to such conclusions. Because I don't think Grok 2 has the proper ability to reason, right? And that is what separates AI from AGI. The better an AI is, the better its reasoning capability. But AGI can actually reason. It can deduce things in a way that a human can. Okay, going back to the interview that Elon just did. I like what he said about how the human mind, transmits like 1 bit per hour or something. So it's very few, right? Or 1 bit per second. Yeah, or less than that actually, a lot less. And imagine, being able to output 1,000 times that. That is crazy. We'll be able to think 1,000 times faster, effectively. We'll be able
I wonder
to...
that will do in a lifespan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our brain is just not being used to capacity to begin with.
Yeah.
You add a computer chip onto it to help it do your calculations, and suddenly you're doing like advanced math in your head in a split second. So if someone were to ask you what is 59 times 2055, you'd be able to spit out the answer immediately. Wow. So combine that with reasoning skills, like don't just apply it to math, but like actually apply it to real world reasoning of things, and you have a superhuman, someone who can effectively, has like his survival skills all maxed out, and not even maxed out at that, because like cats, for example, are pretty fast reflexes and stuff. various animals know how to survive in certain ways that humans just don't know how to because we never learned how to. But that would be something that would be innate to us because we'd be so fucking smart.
Mm-hmm.
And that annoys me about TV shows or movies where, you know, you have a group of humans and they're going up against a superhuman and they somehow manage to outsmart it. It's like, excuse me, the superhuman is 1,000 times smarter than you. How are you outsmarting it? That's silly. That is not possible. It'd be like if a dog outsmarted a man. That is just not going to happen. Dogs cannot outsmart people.
Some people.
There's some great intelligence.
Some people. Okay, yeah, maybe the person's really, really dumb. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
In general, it's not happening, right? Now imagine if a human is 1,000 times smarter than the smartest person on Earth right now. They would effectively know how to do everything and anything, and they would survive really, really well, and they would excel at everything. There'd be no way to outsmart them, not even with a combined effort. And they'd be smart enough not to let you know that they know. You know, like they wouldn't tell you that they're smart because they wouldn't want to put themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because they would deduce all possible calculations, all possibilities, the game theory, everything out in their head. Because, you know, you're constantly playing game theory, just constantly on everything, on what you say, what you do, who you interact with, how you interact with them, what you say to them, etc. Person with 1,000 IQ, if you want to call it that, which is more like 10,000 IQ, would be able to instantly figure out, oh, this is the best game plan. If I want a certain thing, here's what I'm going to do to get it done. Kind of cool, but also kind of scary, if it gets into the wrong hands. But that's the beauty of it. Everyone will be on an even playing field. Well, the people who have it, anyway.
Yeah.
I want it installed in my head. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. I'd be on a space talking about advanced astrophysics. And I think I'd get bored too, because the thing about being that smart is that everything is going to seem really, really stupid and simple and slow. Speaking would be inefficient because you can only speak so fast. So that needs to be worked on.
I would say it's not so much of a problem. I think people overrate it as an issue. Even if you're very smart and you see most of everything coming, which that is how I feel like mostly in life, you end up appreciating the complexity of the universe a lot more because you actually get it. You can actually see it. The only thing that will frustrate you is that nobody else will really get it in the same way that you could. But maybe they could, and they're fascinated enough to try and understand it. Like the average person looks at the stars and doesn't consider what's behind all of that, why they are the way they are. They probably don't understand how the sun works itself, not even in the slightest, or how it is possible that all that light comes to us, and why technically quantum tunneling has something to do with it. So it's like, there's so much cool shit that you can recognize and talk about. It's a great thing. Enhancing your intelligence is not a curse. I mean, you'll bear burdens that are greater than what many others could bear and would have to bear. Because that's just like your level of awareness increasing. You start to realize things that otherwise people would have ignored. And then you have to make a conscious choice whether or not you can talk about these things. That's like, this is the moment where you start to understand the real meaning of power and the responsibility that comes with it.
It's frustrating, you know?
I don't see it as frustrating. I see it as incredibly fascinating, in my opinion.
I mean, I see it as frustrating in that I can't communicate efficiently enough to convince people of what is true. And I see them making the same mistakes over and over again. I know the solution to it. I know how they can stop this. I know how they can effectively fix what problems that ail them. And yet somehow they refuse to listen. That is the part that frustrates me.
It's especially bad when you're like kind of on your own. You're the only one who says it. And it's like, hey, by the way, you're going to go down this path. This mistake is going to happen. That mistake is going to happen. And that mistake is going to happen. Instead, do it like this and you'll avoid all that other shit over there. They don't listen to you. And then afterwards, it's like, told you so. And then they get angry at you for saying, I told you so. I'm like, I'm going to keep doing it, and I don't care what you think of me, because maybe if you had listened, you wouldn't have these problems, and you wouldn't be angry about the fact that you were wrong now. Save your own ego. You know? Yeah, I don't have to do it for you. It's clearly damaged now, because you know you're wrong, even though you deny, but that's how it works.
People are stubborn. They refuse to learn. Stubbornness is a refusal to learn.
Be stubborn with principles, but not stubborn with knowledge.
Correct. There's a difference.
And calcify your strange ways.
Yeah. I am always going to do this thing that makes no sense, even though it hurts me. Because I've always done it this way.
Yeah. Just like with a company, you go to a specific company, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, why are we actually doing this specific thing that's extremely inefficient? Well, because we've always done it this way. Like, that's not an answer, though.
Yeah. No, it's not. Imagine playing Dark Souls or Elden Ring, and you're trying to beat a boss, and you know exactly how to beat it. You know the strategy, you've gamed it out in your head, but instead you're doing the same stupid shit over and over again because you're stubborn. You want to think, I'm going to button mash. Every single time you button mash the exact same buttons, and you don't win. And this is what people are doing. They're not learning from their mistakes. You're supposed to learn. You're supposed to say, oh, that didn't work. Let's try something else. Oh, this thing works. I'll try this instead. That's how you beat things. That's how you overcome challenges. That's how you overcome any challenge in real life or video games. It doesn't matter, right? That's how you overcome challenges, by learning from your mistakes and for gaming things out, simulating it in your head, figuring out the best course of action, going through with it, executing, get things done.
Yeah.
But because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And many people are in fact insane because this is how they choose to live their lives. And they complain a lot. They'll complain about not having enough, about how they don't have the job that they want, about how their place in life is not where it should be or where they think it should be. And yet the reality is that their place in life is exactly where it should be. It's because everything they've done up until that moment has led them to that exact spot. Therefore, everything is as it should be. If you don't like it, change it. Change something.
Yeah.
They will harp on past glories. Oh, I used to do this thing. I was actually really successful in this thing. Well, has it helped you in where you are right now? That is an important question. And if the answer is no, then it is irrelevant.
I used to rule the world. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
God. Well, like my personal favorite was I once did some graphic designing, and I do this sometimes because I just can. I can just figure shit out and make it work somehow, which isn't like I usually get annoyed at problems and then I solve them somehow. So that's how I started getting into like graphic related things, because I realized that what I was looking for what either did not exist or was something that people didn't understand how to make. It's like, what do you mean with this? And they over stylize it. And I'm like, no. Okay, fuck it, I'll just do it myself. So I designed something very good, actually. Like, it was an impressive piece of work, as a matter of fact, which, was used somewhere and actually has gained a lot of eyes since. I can't tell you what it is, but it's pretty damn good, actually. And the person was like an older dude, older German expatriates. Holy shit, man. Do not get in with them on anything. It's like, Anyways, this guy tries to pull like the superiority complex on my ass, and I really don't give a shit. It's like very transparent about that. And it's like I'm sitting there doing my thing, and then guys like, oh, you should do like this, you should do like this, you should do like. I'm like, why? It says, oh well, I used to own a media company, and in my head, I really wanted to say this to his face, but I just decided to hold back because I didn't want to set off a nuke on that day because I had other stuff to do. I didn't feel like drama on that day, but I really wanted to clap back and say, oh yeah, good, cool, how well has that worked out for you? Because it's gone. It's fucking shut down. I'm like, okay, cool, you want to tell me about something that you've done? Sure, okay, cool. Has it lasted though? There you go.
If you sold it for $1 billion, then yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. If you sold it, you made like a massive upside. It's like incredible, and it's like, yeah, sure. Now you're a billionaire, and you didn't even need to talk to me the whole time. Then okay, cool. Maybe there's an exception here, but yeah, still insane though.
Only take advice from people who are successful.
Actually, don't take advice.
All the failures.
Yeah, don't take advice from anyone who you wouldn't want to be.
Exactly. If they're not where in life where you see yourself being, then don't take advice from them because their advice is probably shit.
Exactly. It's not what you want for yourself.
No. It's like taking sex advice from a virgin. Why would you do that? You know?
Like, oh no, but I jacked off a lot. It's observational sex.
But you know what, you guys? I have to say, there is the advantage of hindsight. And some people, unfortunately, don't realize, most people, I'd say, what they should have done. And then with that wisdom of what they should have done, can actually, depending on their age, of course, and their experiences, can actually give good advice. Including the people who are where you want to be. But that's a matter of perspective, I guess.
I think it really
kind of like, nah, we're just going to talk to the people we want to be.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't take it apart too much. I look at where they are, and I look at their consistent life story, and I'm like, is this something I want for myself, you know?
If they applied this advice to their own lives, if they're capable of applying it, why is that, right? Is it because they're simply too lazy, or is it because their advice is simply untenable, right? That's a question. If their advice is so good, why isn't it working out for them?
Exactly.
Coaches don't play, and
it's like therapists, you know, they're super, super fucked up most of the time. And I give you advice because let me tell you what it is. It's their cope that's supposed to act as your guidance. That's therapy in a nutshell. Therapists are an interrogator with a shit ton of issues. You see, they use their understanding of their own issues in order to get stuff out of your brain so that your brain becomes aware of itself in this way. That's what a therapist is for. And I don't know anyone who has ever been quote-unquote cured of their mental situation after they've been to a therapist. As a matter of fact, I've often found it was actually worse.
Never been to one, so I can't comment.
Yeah, I'm also never going to go to one. Fuck that shit.
It seems like a waste of time.
I can't eat therapy. Oh, because I can't live inside of my own brain because, oh my god, I feel so triggered.
Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what do you mean? I got autism. The entire world feels like it's on fire 24/7 for me. And you want to tell me that you're triggered? Get the fuck out of here.
Get out.
That's fascinating.
It's like legit fucking torture. It's like
I never heard it described that way. That's amazing. No, I mean, like, it's really eye-opening.
It's like this, actually. You remember that scene from the first Superman movie where, you know, Superman is getting used to it? Actually, where Superman punches off the mask of General Zod, and like the oxygen leaks in, and you know, the powers are coming in, and he just hears all these noises and shit. That's what it feels like to be autistic. It's like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like constant sensory overload everywhere, and everybody has like their own thing in certain ways. My specific thing is I'm very good at understanding how systems work for some reason. Like for instance, even with people, when I massage people, I used to do this. I'm actually able to kind of visualize where the muscle fibers were going to be. Very good, actually. I was very, very good at it. Same thing, also, ironically enough, and this sounds very fucked up in this context, but it also helps me understand how to fillet meat as well, because I just know how all of it would work for some reason. I could just kind of understand it. I was extremely proficient at it. So I was good at massaging, good at butchering effectively, good at a whole bunch of other things. Some engineering-based tasks, I understand how they work. Some stuff that's also like, because you kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like you recognize it in yourself to a certain extent as well. Like, how would you imagine that this would work? Bodily sounds often piss me off. Like, some people have this thing, they eat like a fucking camel. Like, what's up with that?
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
yeah, that's the best way I can explain it, because people don't know how to close their mouths properly, and it's like, yum, 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 like,
like those people.
that really pisses me off. Nobody else has a problem with that, because they're like so unplugged from it. And the worst variety of this is the person that eats in fucking slow mode. You can hear every mechanical fucking part of how they are taking apart the food in their mouth in the most...
Yeah, like when you eat steak
disgusting
on
way
X and everyone can hear you eating, you fat piece of shit.
Like, for me.
Have you ever?
Pisses me off.
Yeah, I understand. Have you ever confronted anyone and been like, "Can you chew with your mouth closed, please?"
Yep, doesn't work out well because they don't understand it. Doesn't work. Not even the mouth open, but it's like it's right next to me. It's like, oh. Especially at like family gatherings, there's like always this one person, and I'm like, fuck off, man, please. They eat the smallest amount possible, and they eat it in as slow a way as humanly fucking possible. They consume a small amount of shit and do so in the slowest fucking way possible. I'm like, this is the exact antithesis to me as a person. I eat very large amounts at once. I do so very quickly, and that's it. This is like the exact opposite. So you can understand how that's not working out.
Really?
Yeah. So that's like that, especially when you're young. It's worse.
Yeah.
It's worst when you're young, and nobody is really there that can talk to you. For me, that wasn't, because they didn't understand what the fuck's going on. Like, how do you explain? You know, like what you said, it's very eye opening. Like, how do you explain to a person, you know, you're very self-aware. That's the problem. It's like, not really a problem, but like, if you're autistic, you're very, like, especially high functioning, you're very self-aware. To the point where this is the reason why you always ask a lot of questions. You're very self-aware. And then you also are afraid of like somebody else's judgment, so you can't really ask them because you already know that they're not going to know the answer. Because at some point you just get used to that. So how do you go ahead and tell somebody that, hey, by the way, I have a little bit of a problem. You know what my problem is? Imagine that the world is on fire. That's my problem.
What the fuck does that even mean? The world is on fire. I'm autistic. The world's on fire. The fuck does that even mean, retard?
Describing
Everything is burning. I am burning.
To anyone because nobody was willing to actually try and understand it. So I just always internalized it, really. Like, I couldn't talk about the stuff that I would perceive because it's kind of
so
weird.
cringe.
How do you explain to somebody?
This is so fucking cringe.
Me walking past someone.
This is who Donald Trump is best friends with? I don't think so.
I used to read a lot of biology books as well, so I can actually understand exactly what humans function like.
Wow, this guy knows everything. He read biology books.
So I would always imagine that. I would like look at people's faces and understand what the muscles would look like, where the arteries would be at, and a lot of other interesting things.
Where the arteries are at? Oh, Elon is a genius. I love Elon. Let's give him billions. Let's give Elon billions of our dollars.
Exactly. I was like,
oh, he's so smart.
It's very healthy. It works out. It's very specific feel. I'm like, yeah, this guy's very healthy.
Eat some more steak, Elon.
Sometimes I shake people's hands. I'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's worked in his office the whole time. Oh yeah, that guy's actually a hard worker because I can feel the toughness of the skin. He has like the armor on his skin. It's like semi-dry, and you know where the joints connect to, like where the fingers are. Like there's the joints that connect to like right to your hand. There have to be like these ridges. It has to feel somewhat like sandpaper almost, or like it's stippled. That would mean that the person has done a lot of physical work.
Wow, amazing, Elon.
Because you essentially, in the absence of being understood, you found your own way of relating to everyday people through their anatomy.
Through video games.
In a sense.
And analyzing them.
In a sense.
The problem was mainly like trying to figure out how people work socially and what they are thinking, because you can make sense of it because you don't work off of instincts, and so you kind of have to understand what social looks like for some people.
Stupid shit in the world. Elon isn't fucking autistic. He's a neurotic. He's a psychotic neurotic. He's not fucking autistic. You've been misdiagnosed, Elon.
And
You're a
you can
psychotic neurotic.
in line with what that person would appreciate, and then you actually become somewhat very compatible, but only with a very specific type of person. But it depends, like, it depends on how diplomatic you feel.
He's crazy.
That really helps out quite a decent amount. By the way, hang on a second.
Okay, we'll be right back, Elon.
Anyways, yeah.
Welcome back.
It's a little thing here. But yeah, the first thing that was most problematic when you can't communicate to anyone is that no one can help you with the reasoning process. That's the real problem. You want to understand reason, and you want to know whether or not your experience is normal, because you can't ask someone because they're going to think you're insane. So you just kind of like walk through the world trying to look at what normal looks like, and you just kind of try to work with that. Mm-hmm. It's funny. It's very funny.
I've experienced different variations of that where
Yeah, he's on Adderall and ketamine.
Aware of certain things, and advanced also for my age, and so I would question, I don't know, things like why did I have to come back to this earth again, or things like that, and people really wouldn't understand. And I can.
Why did I have to come back to the earth again? Yeah, people don't understand because you didn't fucking come back to the earth. You never left the fucking earth. What the fuck are you talking about?
My son is highly intelligent, with on the spectrum autistic, and
he's highly intelligent, but on the
I wouldn't say
spectrum
he's
and
as
autistic.
intelligent as you. He has a different set of brilliance, but
different. Who the fuck is Adrian Dittman? He's some fucking random guy. He's not Elon.
And so his mom's actually a therapist.
What does Adrian Dittman even do? Who is he? It's Elon Musk.
Hopefully that person's not fucked up because it's not going to do well.
I'm so depressed. I have no wife. My children hate me.
If you have to meet one, it is.
I want more billions of your taxpayer dollars.
I mean, if her son is anything like me, then all that matters is motivation.
Motivation.
Like, for instance, one of the problems. Actually, okay, so let's imagine with autistic people the problem is social interaction, right? And so, in order to not, get into the realm where they need to learn about social interaction, they're just trying to make them docile. So there's no interaction of any kind. They're just kind of neutral. So you give them a bunch of drugs, that's a problem. But nobody actually teaches them how to be social, and they don't really want to be taught how to be social either. So you have to give them motivation, be like, well, so here's the thing, you want to do a bunch of things in your life, most likely, right? And one of the only ways to achieve those things is if you interact with other humans, and this interaction has to work.
But the earth is on fire! I'm autistic and the earth is on fire!
With people like you, or is made up around you, it is around you, right? But it's not made for you. You have to interact with it. You're just like another thing within it. You're not a speck. And momentarily you are, but you can.
Is it really a personality problem, or is he just not a likable person? I think that's probably what it really is. He's not a nice person.
You cannot expect that.
He's an annoying person.
Because that's not how that works.
But Elon says the world is on fire, and I'm autistic. You don't know what it's like. I internalized the earth burning.
Like, it depends on what that person's motivation is. Like, what do they want out of life? Like, ask yourself, what do you want? Really want?
What do you really want, Elon? What do you really want, Elon?
Beyond the money, beyond all that other stuff, what do you actually really want?
The freedom to have everything.
Yeah. Like, nobody really does this. Nobody sits down and freely wonders.
Really, Elon? No one thinks about what they really want? No one thinks what they really want?
I've thought about what I want, and it's the freedom to have anything I want. That is what I want. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's never going to be enough.
He's an empty shell, yeah.
Someone. I mean, Elon is the wealthiest person on paper, but there's people who are way wealthier than he is, right? And no one knows their name.
I love how this chick knows he's Elon.
It's by design. They don't want to be known. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, look at like Putin, right?
Yeah.
Khomeini. There's
Khomeini?
people who are literally unknown
Yeah, they probably are
to everyone else,
Yeah.
right?
They're autistic too.
The question of what do you actually want?
What do you really want?
I guess.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Housing,
Actually
money,
know
clothing,
who they are.
food, family, friends, cell phones, Teslas. What do you really want? What do you really want?
Become a billionaire. Like
I just want to be a billionaire.
It can
I'll
happen.
get the best of everything and anything I want. And the things that I don't have yet, don't exist yet, I will make them. I will fund their existence.
Wow, you can make things up and just say, make me what I want.
Yeah, let's say I want a 300-inch TV. Okay, they don't exist.
I know I'm screaming because you're listening and I'm making fun of these people. I've grown sick of them.
$10 million, make me this TV. Yeah, and they'll do it because why wouldn't they?
I want something similar, except that I more so seek the ability to expand as a mind and as an effect.
Wow, it's called reading books, Elon, you autistic fucking loser.
I've had this amazing effect of bringing various people together that otherwise would have never been able to connect.
You mean creating a room on X? Using Saudi money to buy the platform?
I've gotten many people jobs, but I do like that idea. When I was younger, like a lot younger, maybe in my early 20s, I used to have that exact desire to bring people of like minds together and to create something with it, right? Or to just like have like not even a community, but something larger than a community, a society, if you will, right? Of like-minded people who think the same way, who want something greater for the world, and to give back to them, not to the world itself necessarily, because that's just an added benefit, but to the like-minded people, because we could do something fucking amazing with it, right? We could make amazing things happen, and I like that. I like that idea, and George Soros is doing something very similar, but he's evil.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I was just going to say that. I was going to say, I want to be a billionaire to fight George Soros, but you took the words out of my
This I think is one of the problems.
Actually.
Like everybody wants to fight something. Everybody wants to fight something, but they don't understand. What if you could build something?
He did kill Twitter.
You don't have to fight at all. This is something that
his dumbass should have just built his own fucking platform for $1 million. It could have been the same shit.
There has to be a reason beyond defeating an enemy for why you do certain things. Because if you eventually do, in fact, defeat the enemy, then you'll have no purpose. So, in this case,
you'll have no purpose if you kill your enemy, Elon?
Until the enemy comes closest to your walls. At which point, of course, you flex your defenses and hope for no war. But realistically speaking, you are always going to try and build because you have a mission that far exceeds whatever the enemy might be. Enemies will always be around, opponents will always be around, but realistically speaking, your goal's beyond that. Your goal's beyond the conflict. At first, I didn't understand it either, and I focused on all the wrong things, and then eventually I decided to embrace exactly what I've just said. That everything had skyrocketed
Exactly.
in terms of growth. And I was like,
did you hear what he was talking about therapy? He was like, how he hates therapists because they blackmailed him.
It's like, no. I'm going to win.
Some of the things he says is true because he is a target.
Is beyond that what you'd want. We are not enemies. You think we're at war, we're not. Yeah. Many people actually think it's like, oh my god, are you at war? I'm like, you've never been at war.
You've never been at war,
I
Elon.
hope I get to meet you someday.
You hope to meet him? He's fucking Elon Musk, you stupid twat! Stop being facetious.
Yeah, I probably might go to Dubai at some point. We'll never know. Could be interesting.
Yeah, come over here. It's nice.
Yeah.
I wish we could come to the inauguration, Adrian. I'm going.
I'll be there in a week, by the way, in Dubai. I'll be there in the.
I won't be able to travel anytime soon. I'll be quite busy all the way through January, like for a very, very long time. I got a lot of stuff that's coming up. And then
Yeah, like the inauguration.
That's going to be somewhere else, and then I'm pretty booked with the schedule. I got a lot of shit happening.
Yeah,
So,
you run $1 billion, $1 trillion fucking empire.
We know you recorded that space.
I need to set never mind. It's just it's part of the
Poor baby's got a tied up schedule, but he doesn't actually do anything because no one knows who he is.
Cool.
Yes.
What do you do, Elon? What kind of work do you do other than hosting X Spaces every day? You must.
There's
There's a new video game coming out. That's what it's sketch. Eating buttered steaks and playing video games, Elon?
I did twice, actually, in a sense. Once was just before that, week before I went there. And I was at Alex Jones' show, and they asked me, like, okay, what do you think about all this? And I was like, I think you should just have fun. I think this is going to be incredible. It's going to be great. Everyone's going to enjoy it. Just remain calm. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can stress about what could potentially happen, or you can just have fun in the moment. Even if the world is going to end tomorrow, if you believe it does, did you have fun? That's what I was saying, because all these people legitimately thought that the world was going to end. And I was like, well, did you have fun? Are you going to have fun?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, Elon, because of you. You made it fun for me.
It's going to be just fine, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I went there, and it was exactly like that.
Wow.
It was fantastic.
But I thought you're autistic and the world is on fire.
It was great. It was incredible. Fucking sky went dark for a few minutes. Everything was quiet. The birds came to life. All that kind of stuff was happening. People were playing music, and then
I know. Don't you agree? He's actually miserable. I think he's miserable. He's working himself to death. He doesn't know how to fucking even enjoy his money. He's a fucking loser. He's an idiot.
Where everybody was on one page. Everybody was enlightened.
If this bitch was enlightened, he wouldn't be here right now. He'd be on a fucking island enjoying his life like the virgin billionaire.
Peace.
Miserable as fuck!
It was really cool.
He can't be happy. He doesn't know how.
And the same thing is like,
poor bastard.
Right after all of this happened here, you had the whole election breakthrough that Alex Jones, invited me on. Said, okay, if you could say one thing, if you could say one message to everyone, like one thing, message to the world. I was like, okay, I'm gonna actually take this seriously. So if you could say one message to the world, what would it be? And I said, don't be afraid.
Wow.
Like, that's it. I mean,
fucking Franklin Delano Roosevelt over here. The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. Don't be afraid.
Fall to a terrible threat. But these are possibilities. And if you're a
you fat fuck, if you keep eating buttered steak, you're gonna die in a couple months.
A possibility for you. Then what are you actually doing? You're not living. You're already dead.
What? You're
defeated.
dead? You're so right, Elon. You're so right. I never lived my life until I heard you pontificate this amazing philosophy.
Fear, you feel this remarkable sense of being emboldened to do something.
Wow. Like create an X space and eat buttered steak and fart.
Is now that you've replaced the fear, you must understand what exactly you're about to do. So be cautious, examine, and then go ahead if you believe this is something that is good and is constructive for you. Because it can do destructive things as well. You can take the greatest of all sticks and poke it into the greatest of all hornet's nest, and you will most likely die.
Wow. And what are you even talking about now? The greatest stick in the greatest hornet's nest? What the fuck are you pontificating about, Dr. Musk?
Bodies of others who had the same aspirations. So it's like, that kind of stuff has to stick in people's heads. It's the metaphor of understanding past mistakes, not just of...
The metaphor of understanding past mistakes?
That's what people often tend to forget.
What are you even talking about? The ketamine's wearing off.
That's how it is.
He's fused.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so fascinating, Dr. Musk. Wow, fucking Spinoza over here.
It's a fun one, yeah. Enlightened.
Wow.
It's ironic Laura Loomer would come up and say, you're into dark enlightenment as well. It's like, I think the topic of enlightenment has been interpreted differently by so many different people. It's like, what it really is, I'm not entirely sure of, but it seems to be this incredible awareness of everything that is around you.
Wow.
And to an extent, it is worrisome even, because once you become exceedingly aware, you just are like connected to everything, and it's annoyingly cool.
Is he on ketamine again? This guy's fucking high! He's fucking high on ketamine! He feels one with the universe and butter steaks.
Yeah. You have to be cautious, of course, and you'll realize where to be cautious at. And you'll be able to, live to fight another day in some scenarios.
Wow.
Everything has to be beaten.
Another good one, Elon. Clip it, Blythe. What a good one. Wow.
Go up against the big boss.
Oh, yeah. So some issues have to be confronted and fixed. But in my case, I found that I like to focus on issues that can be outbuilt effectively.
Wow.
That shit's much more.
He outbuilds all the
for instance, you know,
problems.
I've always had this complaint about spaces not focusing on stuff that I think mattered and being mostly all about
Gossip.
you know, conspiracy this, conspiracy that, or drama this, drama that. I say there needs to be a place that is somewhat philosophical and focuses on things in a more meandering way that is actually also
philosophical
without it being some massive shill for some philosophy book or just people who are blatantly schizophrenic.
So blatantly schizophrenic.
And so 2023 I begin and don't stop.
Yeah,
now we're here.
That's how you do it.
So that's kind of cool. That's really
Adolf
cool.
Hitler?
You know, you can complain about
We
that,
have
but it's
Adolf
also
Hitler in the
something
White
else
House
for it where
now?
You can get to work.
Do it. You can fucking do it yourself.
Great job, Elon.
It's like, fine.
Bravo.
It's like, it's like with the Infinity Stones. Fine. I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself.
You know,
What have you really done?
and you're supplying.
What are you really doing? You play video games all day.
That's why I love
You
capitalism so much.
pocket
That's why I love
philosophize.
capitalism so much because it's like that is what a free market well and truly looks like. And you run into these
Free
anti-capitalist
market?
structures, which are like
You don't
trying to sabotage
practice
you.
free
People coming up and doing
market.
like ops like what we just had here. I think was probably an example.
Well, then get out of here, Queen of Transcarpathia, and go to his room and complain.
Babel type of situation.
Stop complaining to
Yeah, something
me.
that is incredible, and somebody's going to try and knock that tower down. You know, it's a bit like Tower Babel. It's not entirely like it, but it is.
He's high on
in terms of
Adderall.
It existing, it being built, and somebody trying to knock it down.
He's definitely high. He's like, why do people keep thinking I have so much energy? It's because of your butter steak? No, bitch, it's because you're on Adderall.
Keep pushing. You keep doing it. You keep.
Keep going, Ian Chong.
Perseverance. You know, isn't that a cool character?
Keep going, Ian Chong.
Yeah, I love the perseverance.
Oh, this is exhausting, Transcarpathia.
Prototypes that they make of their plane.
You're here to hear him.
Tons of them.
Post it to your blue sky and let all your friends know that a retard
fucking works.
who thinks the world is on fire.
Make it fly for a minute. You know, gotta make this work. And
then eventually, like 50 years after that, you have like jet-powered fucking like shit.
Oh, jet-powered.
You know, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Fuck. Yeah, some really strange looking technology coming out of the weirdest of places, and then eventually you have like rockets going to space. You get living things out there as well. The first dog, first human, all this kind of weird shit.
The forest dog.
Sent the first dog, but it didn't have a return plan for it, unfortunately.
That was unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Yuri Gagarin, I think, was like the first man in space, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yeah. The Soviets sent the first Afghan to space.
Is that a joke?
It's absolute. It's a history.
Oh, really? Afghan.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the Soviets.
Also, the first satellite. They were also the first satellite, Sputnik. That's pretty cool. That's why they have like Sputnik and everything. It's just like, oh yeah, it's good. It's kind of funny because like, okay, then you have the US that needs to run up this with like the most insanable missions. Let's get people on the moon. And then their space program becomes so, I don't know, mismanaged effectively that you have to more so piggyback on like Soyuz rockets to get to fucking space.
Yep.
And that's where Starlink comes in. I mean, not Starlink, sorry. That's where SpaceX comes in, you know, because it alleviated that. That's where a lot of these, like, weird Ukraine supporters need to get through their fucking heads whenever they attack Elon. It's like, did you want war money to go to Russia? Do you want that? Because the more you attack Elon, the more you must understand that he's the only reason why Russia isn't actually getting more money, because of the fact that they're the ones that are launching rockets to space. Not Russia, or the US. So,
that's right.
Maybe you got your shit wrong. Just a little bit. That's not your enemy. There's this propaganda. You fall for the propaganda.
It's weird to listen to a lot of pro-Ukrainian people in spaces because none of them are actually Ukrainians, and they will argue with Ukrainians who are telling them that the war needs to end. It's so frustrating.
I don't really talk about it because I don't care. I will talk about some of the illogical aspects, like say, for instance, that what I just mentioned, and everything else to me is fundamentally irrelevant.
Trump is coming into office and things going to end very soon.
It's gonna be interesting what happens there.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what happens.
Stilgar's fanaticism
Yeah.
is great for laughs.
Oh, by the way, hang on a second. Blythe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm working on that clip.
Clip it, Blythe!
When you have the time, can you contact Paul G, our guy who used to come up here, Wally?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I wonder what happened to this guy. I haven't seen his ass around in ages.
Sure thing.
Great job, Blythe.
Yeah. I want to get some info. But yeah, fantastic shit.
Fantastic. Great job, Elon.
You love the space? Yeah, me too.
I love tonight's space, yeah.
I loved it. I love the space.
Thank you.
Good job,
That's the
Elon.
essence of the conversation.
Let's kiss his ass. Everybody kisses his ass all the time. It's pathetic.
What's this? Nice.
Great meme, bro.
Chinese make really good products nowadays.
Yeah, they do. They still have issues on the manufacturing end of things when it comes to precision, but realistically speaking, it's still kind of good.
Wow.
Yeah, like Xiaomi, for example, right? They make pretty decent electronics. I use a lot of their stuff, and I swear by them. They're good.
Yeah.
I have a different opinion on that. I mean, the recent critical vulnerability is one thing, but
You're begging me, Queen of Transcarpathia. Beg harder.
Products from Xiaomi because there's been then history of spying and stuff like that. But
I mean, I don't think they can spy on me with a precision screwdriver. So.
yeah, I'm talking about their electronics.
I'm not using their phones or anything. No, I don't use that stuff. This is iPhones for me. No, I mean like things like desk clamps and power banks, things of that nature. Xiaomi makes really good quality stuff, like batteries. They make batteries as well, and they're really good.
Yeah, I mean anything that connects to the internet or any kind of network is a problem.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm not using any of that.
For example, I think they have some versions of vacuum cleaners that's contacting some local networks for some reason. Yeah. Like, what's the reason? It's shady.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that. Yeah. I mean, Xiaomi doesn't have like the best vacuum cleaners anyway, so probably not the best idea to get one.
You get to hear about everything on Adrian Dickman's podcast, even the best vacuum cleaner selection options.
What happened to this Kim.com? Apparently he has memory loss and speech impairment issues.
Really?
Yeah, he weighs 400 pounds.
Pretty sad.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
You get attacked, or is it just natural?
No, it's natural. I mean, the guy's just fat. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but like the guy's not
There's not a whole back and hold here. Holy shit.
Welcome to me, welcome to being able to say it like it is if people don't like it. Like, I like the guy. I'm friendly with him, right? Yeah, but yeah, like come on, like guy, lose weight. You're fucking rich. You can afford to. Okay. There's no excuse for this.
Oh my god.
They're laughing about Kim.com dying.
These people like, bro, get Ozempic, it's not that hard.
I'm not sure if Ozempic is is the plague here, man.
Seriously, just get on Ozempic, cut down your diet, stop eating so goddamn much. Jesus, like, it'll take a year, but like, look, it's worth it, okay?
Trying to walk around, like low carb maxing, fucking get the.
We'll get some
celery sticks.
We'll get him some Ozempic from Greenland.
Oh my god.
Did you see that one of the proposals that's being floated around in the Danish government to deal with Trump is to ban Ozempic from export to the U.S.?
Well, I don't think they're going to need it anymore if Kennedy's going to take over.
And also they got Monjaro anyway, so like they don't need Ozempic.
I don't even look at any of those weight loss drugs as like a viable option, to be honest. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm not sure, but like
I'm on Monjaro, like just straight up. I am, yeah.
Wow.
That shit works.
So when are you going to transition to the natural?
Probably I don't know, maybe a year, maybe, yeah. Like
Maybe
there's a goal.
die.
Nah,
it's like with like I talked to my doctor. He's pretty good, right? He said that none of these drugs are permanent. You have to create a certain mindset while you're on them, because the instant you get off, if you have if you've not calibrated your mindset to accommodate.
You mean diet, exercising and diet, fatty?
You become fat again. So it's not something you want to be on for life. Nothing. You should not be on anything for life except for water. So no, you have to calibrate your brain and make sure you don't fucking overeat and stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to still snack even if you're on, say, Ozempic. You can cheat. You can just be an asshole about it and fucking cheat. But you shouldn't. It just makes it harder to cheat. That's all it is. You can literally trick it, but don't do that. It's not gonna work for you. If you are keen on eating a lot of candy, don't be on it. It's just not gonna help you.
I remember when gastric bypass surgery or stapling your stomach was a big fad. Anyone else remember that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it was before all of this. I mean, it's necessary for a lot of people. I won't even dunk on it. It isn't. It was necessary, and at the time, it was their only option. Unfortunately, not everybody can just lose weight or hit the gym or something. They got medical issues.
You can't hit the gym.
Reasons why they can't do that.
Do that.
Is one way to do it. Cutting out part of your stomach is another. Right? That's a very extreme procedure where they don't just staple it, but they actually remove 80% of your belly. That's tough, but that's permanent though. That's something That's something you live for the rest of your life, and that's gonna fuck you up in a lot of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But it's necessary for some people. I'm not gonna recommend it to anyone because there's Manjaro nowadays. But yeah, I mean, I don't fault anyone for taking it back then. At least it did something. It's better than being fucking fat. Let's be real.
Yeah. Can I tell you guys how I completely understand and appreciate that, and totally. You know how I actually lost 20 pounds in a month? I cut out all sugar, all salt, and I literally had just oven, baked or seared steak or chicken or salmon.
She's gonna fit right in here, folks. They're gonna love her.
Spinach, greens.
Just eat protein. Don't eat any vegetables.
1-2 months, and it was, cut out caffeine as well. It was very challenging, but I did it, and you know what I mean? It just takes a little bit of, mental fortitude, which obviously you have and everyone here has. And I got headaches in the first week, don't get me wrong. I was caffeine withdrawal. But it's a bit of an extreme, way of doing it, but it can be done.
Yeah, for you. Yeah. You have to have willpower, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Adrian would say salt is not the enemy. That's what he would say to that, probably.
Salt is good. Salt's a diet.
Salt is really good, but I had to cut it out for the purpose
Salt is so good for you.
Yeah, it depends on what situation you've got going on for yourself. For me, if you live in, say, hot environments, or if you in general just live in, you live in conditions where you have to physically exert yourself, you'll sweat, which means that by you just keep outputting salt. So you're gonna need salt. You're gonna need salt, especially for me. I eat a lot of salt. But the thing is, your body will tell you. Your body will tell you if it's too much or too little, because if it's too little, you will actively crave that shit like it was drugs. If it's too much, you will literally not be able to eat any more of it because your body will viscerally reject it.
Mm-hmm.
Ever tried pickle juice after an intense workout?
No.
Kinda, yeah. I do have strange habits, so yes, I did that once.
It's good.
It's somehow extremely tasty. Right after that, you have these cravings for some shit. So yes.
Pickle juice.
Interesting.
Yeah, because you need the salt, and your body's actively craving it because you just lost a shit ton because you were sweating like crazy. So yeah, your body tells you, yes, give me. So
give me.
Yeah, it's a massive thing. It's great to have my full voice back. It was so annoying.
Yeah.
To not be able to use the full range of your vocal cords is wow.
Wow.
nightmare.
It is because like I go up and I go down, and I like it. I love it so much, and it's great to be back. It's like
Wow.
yeah, I have the perfect like radio voice, 100%.
Good one, Elon.
Yeah. So do I, so I can relate.
How deep can you go?
How deep can I go? I can go
Yes.
really deep.
Okay, go as deep as you can.
I'm speaking really deeply right now, and maybe if I like sit up actually instead of fucking lying back, yeah, I can speak really deep. And if I pull in my
Here,
voice,
Elon can't wait to show us how deep he can get.
slightly deeper. So like this is normally the deepest I go on my normal voice. Like this is not like I'm not faking it, right? I really do sound this deep. Yeah, this is how I normally speak. But if I speak like this, then I can go even deeper. See that?
So check this out. So like normally I can go about this deep, right? But I can make it go even deeper. I can be this deep actually, and nobody knows how I do it. I can actually do that shit. I'm very good.
Wow.
Awesome,
I know the
Elon.
depths. Let's just say I do know the depths. I know the heights.
You are truly an
So
autistic,
very,
earth-burning warlord.
Like because of the yeah. Like,
I don't know if you know who
problems,
Ian Chong is, but you should look him up.
specifically,
He's
the issue
supposedly like the
is
most hated person on the
I
internet.
play a lot of Call of Duty, so so as such, you have to deal with broken vocal cords frequently, and you'd have to pick very specific bands in order to be able to talk. And so at some point you kind of understand where exactly what lies, and at some point I discovered, all the stuff that the radio hosts are doing and such is just like utilizing parts of their voice, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm utilizing more so the full the majority of the spectrum of what I can do, and that's that's natural. It just happens. It just happens.
Wow.
Yeah, because they're not speaking through their throats. They're actually.
Could you imagine some woman being married to this guy and him like, motor mouthing her? And she's like, I want a divorce. Can I just have my millions now? Can you never talk to me again, Elon? You're annoying.
So it's like, okay, let's go. Batman.
He's Batman.
Well, actually,
Adrian Nicholas Batman.
Sound really, really deep. But before we do that, it's incredible.
Incredible.
And I can sound super high as well, so it's like I can go about this high. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I could do that.
Good one, Elon.
Adrian? Who's that?
That was Adrian, aka Elon.
Oh my god.
You did the trans voice.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did trans voice.
Like I can go super high, and it's actually not that difficult to do. It's just kind of weird. It makes me feel gay.
Good lord.
I don't know. It's like weird.
It's awkward. That's like the trans voice. Like if you ever speak to like a trans person who doesn't take.
It's weird because it's like
it has to be like the very far back, but also at the top.
So it's like I don't know what that is. It's very weird. It's very
Elon is the best. I love you, Elon. Can you have a show every night for the next 10 years and just keep talking? I'll keep recording, I swear.
Like the person speaking to me who was like arguing about some lefty bullshit literally had that voice. I'm like, you're transgender. I don't have to listen to you, and I just logged out.
Oh my god.
I'm so bad.
I used to do this thing, just like piss people off. I'd be talking, and just randomly out of nowhere, I'd just like drop a fucking anime reference. And I was like, I'd just be doing something, telling somebody some shit, and then I execute an enemy, and I'm like, I'm like, what? God. And then everybody's like, what the fuck was that? I'm like,
yeah, what the fuck was that, Adrian?
That wasn't that cool.
Adrian!
Yes. I'm quite crazy. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I know you are.
Like if you meet me in real life, it's like the funniest thing ever.
Really? Because you're Elon Musk?
Oh my god, no.
I would love to. I want to hear it.
Hey, let's hear it.
It's like an uncopyrighted Steamboat chill.
Okay, but I can't do it though, because the problem is Mickey Mouse is racist, right? So anytime I do a Mickey Mouse voice, I'll
like that? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Mickey Mouse, go fuck yourself, you fucking faggot. Like that's the one.
What the fuck is that shit? Alright, okay, I see how it's working out.
Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, so I don't do that.
It is going down, yes.
Yeah. It's like, so, like, when I do the Mickey Mouse voice, it has to be racist, extremely offensive, that's just how it is.
What the fuck?
No, I actually understand you, Ian. I understand.
It's like you can't be normal, you know. He does, like, that Mickey Mouse does not speak normally. He's not a normal person. He's a full-blown racist, you know, member of the Ku Klux Klan. You know, he must revive it. Okay. Yeah.
Walt Disney.
That's insane. That's actually insane.
It's insane.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I came up with that, like, I don't know when. I think I wanted to, like, be offensive or something, and I was like, you know, what can I do to piss off Disney, you know, and so that just came to be. And so if I speak in this voice, it's a different character. It's a different person.
Good one, Ian.
Like, dropping the F-bomb is probably like the most I'll go on this space. Yeah.
I had a quick question. So tomorrow's space with the FD leader, is it going to be here or is it going to be on the live?
No, it's going to be here on Spaces specifically, not this space, of course, right? But Elon's going to host it, I suppose. I don't know.
Will you be able to join him, Adrian?
Probably not, but I will see.
Okay.
I mean,
I love how people just fucking keep testing him.
I'll just sit there and see what happens. But if they let me up, there's going to be controversy 100%. Or it's just going to be funny as fuck.
Yeah, it could be either.
Yeah. I asked because I know that you're very fluent in German. So is my wife, by the way. She knows fluent German. So.
How the hell is your wife fluent in German?
Here's the thing you need to know about AFD is they're extremely controlling in how they manage their media stuff. So I don't think they'll let others speak.
100%. I'm quite aware. I'm quite aware of what their situation is. It's kind of funny.
They're super bureaucratic. Super fucking bureaucratic.
It's like Germany in a nutshell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just a German thing. You know, they're not quite as open like Americans are. Like, you know, if Trump was on a space, he'd probably let people speak. But like, yeah, no, they want to control everything.
Yep, microcontrol.
To answer your question, Adrian, she studied opera. She's a soprano.
That's cool. You guys could have an opera. Do it.
Get it up here sometime.
You got it. I will.
What is
the deep voice is pretty fun.
What is your favorite opera? What's up?
Don Giovanni.
Yeah,
Ring Cycle. Ring Cycle.
Oh, nice. I'm more of a Need Some Dorma guy myself.
Really? I didn't think you were, Elon.
Eat some cheese.
It's a yeah, just like you get a little bit of a taste there. You know, yeah, at wine tasting, it's the funniest thing. Oh yeah, a little bit, and then just like spit it straight out again because you know if you get hammered, you can't really be tasting much of anything anymore. So yeah, I went to a lot of wine tastings, and by far the funniest thing I've ever seen was like people filling the glass like the half of what you'd normally consider a full glass by standard, and I'm like, this is supposed to be a tasting, right? Yeah. And I'm like, dude, everybody's gonna get wasted in here. 100%. It's not gonna work out. Fucking literally everybody. Like they wine after wine. It's like only 3 wines in, it's finished already. Everybody's talking bullshit. I'm like, okay, I gotta get the hell out of here. it's always funny. Like make my exit just before the insanity comes out and like people are drunk. Just like almost at the after party stage, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna jet. I was like, oh, why? It's still fun. Oh, yeah, 100%, it's fun. But I gotta go. I gotta, like, you know, wake up early in the morning, which is not even a lie. It's actually the truth. I'm like, yeah, I actually gotta go. But, like, realistically speaking, the early morning thing isn't necessarily the primary concern. The primary concern is, are you gonna, like, fight someone? And I don't want to be a part of that, because if then something happens, then it's gonna be a whole bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, you can do whatever you want to yourselves. I'm not getting involved in this shit. The only involvement that I have, like, people are drunk was when I had to pick people up that were drunk in a car. Jesus fucking Christ. But people drink, and they're, like, in the back of the car, they turned into absolute fucking monkeys. Like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Monkeys?
Like, one person reached fucking forward as I was driving the car and just randomly pulled that shit into neutral. It's an automatic car, by the way. Just pulled that shit in neutral. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
You gotta kill everybody, Jesus.
I had to, like, let all the windows down, because the alcohol smell was so intense, I started to feel funny.
Wow. What a bitch.
I'm like, fuck this.
What a fucking bitch. My post has been deleted. They deleted my Instagram account.
I can't say this one, but it's great.
Tell us.
No.
Tell us,
This one I
Adrian.
can't,
Tell
so it's
us.
like oh man, I can't believe I can remember that. That's funny.
What are you
Let's just say
thinking,
that,
Elon?
you know, in cases like that, you become privy to what people may do when they're not making the best of decisions in various states. Oh my god.
Good one, Elon. Good story. Super
Such
autistic.
tease.
Such a tease.
100%.
So you've never gotten into like a actual physical fight with anyone?
Nope. I mean, once or twice. It's very situational. Somebody tried to attack me in a bee suit once. I was like, what the fuck were you thinking? It's like easier. You know how easy it is to trip someone and when they have like a lot of clothes on them, because you just like basically pull in various areas and bro just like falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Like.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was this during Halloween or just a random occurrence?
No, that was an occurrence. It was like a dude who, like, I don't know, wanted to beef with me for some reason. So he like went after me. Yeah, I dropped him and just fucking walked away. I give a shit.
You did the right thing. But that's so funny. You must have triggered him.
Somebody tried to I literally did fucking nothing, and bro just decided to cook me for no reason. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I literally did absolutely nothing. I was just like walking around, and then bro's like, you know, he's doing some shit in the suit, and then he's just coming after me. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? So like starts pulling on me for no fucking reason. I'm like, okay, that's right, you get down. Fuck you.
Wow.
It's all about tripping people, actually.
Really?
And did he give back your wallet?
No, I took it out of his hand and I looked him straight in the fucking eye. And I was like, you want to go? I was ready. I was fucking ready, man. I have no idea what took me over that time. Like, there's somebody that it was like 4 people that tried to ambush me in front of like a little shop, and they like did this thing. They so they took a. As they took a shopping cart, right, and they like moved that bitch right in front of me. And then somebody dropped their lighter. I was like, well, you know, me being the person I am, let's go pick up the fucking thing, give it to the person in front of me, because that's the person who dropped it. Somebody behind was like, oh, yeah, very nice, very nice, very nice. And I feel something getting out of my pocket. I'm like, wait. You're pulling station. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I grabbed that shit. I grabbed that shit, looked him dead in the eye, like really fucking really dead in the eye. I was like, you want to go? And he just fucking left. Everybody walked off. I never seen him again in that spot.
What the fuck? Great story, Elon.
Ian wants to join the speaker panel. I brought it back up.
His phone crashed, I know.
Yeah, happens.
But yeah, that would be the only times. I tend to avoid areas of confrontation, especially even if people will try to egg you on. It doesn't matter. It's not worth it. I'll point the other guy won, because if your time is more valuable, then guess what? That guy just gave you way too many expenses. Like fucking okay, so it's not worth it.
No, it's not. It never is. Fighting's dumb.
I used to walk through those like relatively somewhat dangerous places, and they would like try to somehow get you to look at them. I'm like, just straight, minding my business, doing my shit, walking fast, don't care.
Yep.
So I have very limited physical confrontations. I'm not afraid of it, but I don't want to. It's just stupid. It's annoying. It's like just basic monkey mode.
Yeah, it's called chimping out.
Yeah, in this case, it really is. It really does feel like that. Especially if it's like in front of a nightclub or something like that. They're already giving you like tasty looks. I'm like, bro, why are you all looking at me like this. You're so like, what are you, gay?
Good one, Elon. Did it just die out? Did he just say gay and it went dead? This is the worst thing about this fucking app is you got to sit here and manage it because it does crash. Look at that. Oh, I think the space crashed. Nope, it did not crash. My phone crashed.
To me, right, which you didn't, but I'm going to answer it, is build more nuclear power plants. And they say, oh, you can't do that. I'll be like, why not? Let's make it happen.
You can have like so many financial reasons, and that's what I can pick apart then, realistically. But before that, it's like, you know, realistically, like, what am I going to pick apart here? That's the big problem, right?
Yeah, right. What is the problem? What is the exact issue? If it's like regulatory, then maybe I guess you lobby them, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's like, okay, we need better meme wars.
Yep.
Wars for the win.
Yeah, it's always a solution. You just have to figure out what the problem is and, you know, fix it. Like, here's the thing. Here's our little problem. Oh, you want a 100-inch TV, but it doesn't fit your living room. So what do? Well, get a bigger house.
That's right.
And to get a bigger house, well, earn more money. So earn more money. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Simple.
Obviously,
You
duh.
know, relatively simple. It's not like building a rocket ship and going to Mars. That's a big problem. It's hard.
What's your take on like not owning a home at all? Elon isn't owning any homes, right?
No. He doesn't really. He just owns like probably one.
Yeah, he doesn't own a big house. It's just a
very
small,
humble.
3-bedroom or something.
Yeah. It's actually nice. I understand that. I don't get the.
It's fine.
I can do a lot of
Good enough.
the maintenance stuff myself, so it's annoying. I hate big concrete houses in some ways. It's like, especially the stuff that's built in some way by someone that you don't know, and it has like all these weird fucking features and places, and has like legacy equipment built in. It's like, oh, this dryer is in there because if it's not in there, it's gonna fucking fuck up the whole thing. By the way, you have one of those weird things at the bottom of you have like this weird trash receptacle thing at the bottom of the drainage pipe. It's like, oh yeah, all the food gets in there. You have to keep taking it out. It's like, ugh. You know, that's annoying. Then what else do you have? You have like a washing machine built in there. Fuck washing machines, by the way. Fuck those things. I hate washing machines. No, I like washing shit with my hands because it's way faster. I bet you right now, no matter the volume of dishes, I'm going to be fucking way faster with my hands than I'll be with a washing machine. And get a washing machine as in the dishwasher.
Oh, okay.
Right? Sorry, the dishwasher. I'll be way fucking faster than the dishwasher. So I was about to say washing machine. My bad. I'm getting out of context here. Say, my bad. Fuck me, man. Sorry. Washing machines are great. The fucking old washing machines were terrible because they're the ones that were using like actual just gravity and water to do it. Sorry, my bad. Dishwashers are fucking horrible. My bad. Sorry. I realized how retarded that just sounded. Fuck me. I was like, wait a minute. What did I say here? Sorry, it's like I look at them the same way. So dishwashers, they consume a shit ton of electricity and they're super fucking slow. It's like you're gonna put this thing in there. You have to put some weird chemical thing in there, like a Tide Pod. Slap that bitch in there. Wait 40 minutes or whatever it is. Whatever the cycle happens to be, then you take it out and wash the plates again. Why the fuck am I washing the plates twice? Why am I washing the plates 3 times?
Wait. When are you washing them again? Like, you must be.
Because you have to rinse off the residue from the Tide Pods.
Exactly.
Not the new machines. Like the one I got, which is very new. It came out this year. You don't have to do any of that. You literally just open it after it's done. Yeah, you open it. Like, it'll make a little beeping sound. You open it. Like, some of them open by themselves, by the way. Those are like the most expensive ones.
Why would anyone get one of these things? I hate them.
They're amazing. because like
they take up space and consume way too much energy. Like it doesn't matter if you're like connected to city electricity and everything, it's fine. But for me, it does matter because I have my own battery system and everything. So it's like I have to actually worry about energy consumption. So I fucking hate these things. And washing machines too are a bit of a problem. Because if you run them,
Fucking his own shit sucks.
You know, not
You guys the richest guy in the world and his shit
it's like every dark
sucks.
day because we're using solar. It's like, okay, guess what? You're fucked now because the energy's gone.
Right. Yeah.
So anything that consumes way too much energy, I can like wash that shit with my hands, easy. Besides, it's such a small amount.
He's the cheapest billionaire who's ever lived. People hate him? He's the cheapest fucking... He can't even live a good life. Poor bastard.
Yeah.
I don't like plastic cutlery.
I don't.
Oh, I hate it too.
Metal uses those. They're so soft.
Yeah. I love
How do you
metal
eat with them?
that is super, super thin. Like forks that are super, super thin. Like with the metal part, you know? Just, I don't know, it tastes better.
Yeah. Of course it does, yeah.
I should create a new Instagram called Making Fun of Elon.
Those, you know, porcelain, you know, soup spoons.
Those are nice.
It's just better. Food tastes better that way.
Delicious, yeah.
Mmm.
Speaking of, I need to get those.
Mmm.
Wait till I'm in Dubai and we can all go together.
Yeah. Fine by me. You can go shopping.
It'll be fun.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down.
So little time.
I like
so
those.
many stocks, so little time. Sorry.
Yeah, I like
Sorry about that.
Totally worth it.
What, Blue Sky is dead? Or
A lot of
X
people
is
I know
dead?
this, you know. Well, I like scrolling our battle stations. You know battle stations on Reddit.
I'm never living that one down.
Battle stations. Yeah.
Fuck it up.
Yeah, some people post a really cool, you know, very inspirational
setups,
sort of like, yeah, very cool. Like, I want to make my setup look like that. And then other times you see like this fucking 90s looking setup where the guy's sitting on a stool. Like, are you serious? Like, how?
Really cramped.
Does your back not hate you?
Yeah.
Yeah, does your back not hate you? You got a cardboard desk and your mouse is like, your mouse pad is literally like, you know, floating off the side.
Yeah.
Come on, man. But then they'll have like a killer battle station on it, you know, with like a 4080 or something. It's like, oh, come on. you can afford
Your priorities
that.
are out
You
of
can't
whack.
afford proper furniture. Like, geez, you know, IKEA is really cheap. You could replace all of that with a pretty simple desk from IKEA for like $500. Do it. It's the same thing with beds, man. Like a lot, you look at the way that, you know, some people sleep, and no offense to you if you're in the audience and you sleep terribly, but invest in it, man.
This
Like,
guy.
get a decent bed.
Does anyone
What if
sleep
you can't
on their
afford it?
stomach?
Nah, I can't sleep on my
What's
stomach. I was on my side or my back usually.
No, I sleep on my back and my side.
The only time I kind of like sleep on my stomach is if I kind of put my pillow underneath my neck, sort of, and kind of have my head balanced like that. I only do this when I'm like super sick, and I don't want my sinuses to clog up.
I've never tried to sleep on my belly. It just seems uncomfortable.
Like the weight. Oh yeah,
It's
it
awkward.
absolutely is. But it's like one of the only ways to do it. So one of the things that I have done, by the way, I wouldn't try this out if you're not really confident in yourself and your ability to do this. But sometimes when I have a sickness that has a fever, I sleep through the fever.
I have a fever.
No treatment,
and
fucking
the
nothing.
only
Straight
medicine
through.
is cowbell. It's more cowbell. Sorry.
Or cap. Yeah, nice.
Only difference.
Yeah, I take nothing, water, and then lay there, phone in front of me, watch some fucking shit, try to pass out, try to like stay passed out through the time where the fever tortures you, and then next time you wake up, you feel kind of weird, but you also feel kind of good. That depends. Some fevers are so intense that you have to take something that minimizes it because your blood pressure could go up. You can really feel it in your eyes and everything. That's not good. Like, there are limitations. Yeah.
It's horrible.
So kind of know where you have to really feel that you can do it. Because if you can't and you're going to try and push yourself to fuck up, then you're going to die. I mean, I'm not sure you're going to die. You're just going to fuck up something.
No,
It's
you're
not
not
gonna
gonna die. You're just gonna wake up and you're gonna feel really uncomfortable and you're gonna turn on your side or something.
Yeah, so I can sleep through most fevers. So I'm just like sitting. I put this pillow under my neck, so it kind of like balances my head there like that. Then I have a phone that's in front of me, and I slowly fall asleep. because I have to distract myself with something. Do not watch internet brain rot. That's going to make it worse for you.
Internet brain rot, it's called?
You don't know what internet brain rot is?
No. Is it an actual thing or is it a term to describe a state of being?
An actual thing, actually. Boy, we get it. Okay. Let's see a bunch of Gen D terms. Do you know what mewing is?
Mewing? No.
Making cat noises.
Oh boy, this is going to be so much fun. Okay.
Meow,
So-
meow, like that.
No. Okay. So, remember when those video clips? Do you remember when those video clips went around about Trump's rally and people thinking that he was getting marked because a bunch of people were doing like stuff with their fingers in their face? You know that movement that they did. Remember that? That's mewing, actually.
Oh, wow.
So what they do is they run their finger along the jawline and then they just do the shh thing. That's called mewing because you're like, you're kind of cracked. You got the jawline because like the Giga Chat. You understand?
Oh, yeah, wow, okay.
That's what mewing is. I can actually do that because I look very chiseled. So
You're wrong. You're slightly wrong. So there's a difference between mewing the meme and like actual mewing. So mewing is actually like a valid medical term referring to like correct tongue posture. So the idea is that if you're maintaining correct tongue posture, then you're going to have basically a good jawline, good face shape. Basically, the idea is that your tongue posture actually determines the shape of your face. And the reason that faces have gotten fucked up recently in human history is because people have actually fucked up their tongue posture.
Oh, wow.
And then there's mewing the meme. That is what Adrian is referring to.
yeah, I'm referring to the meme specifically. Yes. Yeah. So that's what that was. They like rub their finger along the jawline and then do the thing, and then just like give that head shake sometimes. It refers to mewing, and it's a thing that's a crossover between the Giga Chad and Bateman's American Psycho.
Yeah, Sigma.
I just posted it.
That's the Sigma male meme.
Mewing. See, this is the difference between not mewing and mewing.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So now you understand what that is. I didn't think I can pull the CDs and Dragons joke on you. That's not fair.
For what it's worth, I can program in brain rot.
Yeah, that is real, by the way. There's no new victims here that I can do this. Oh, Preston, you there?
Yeah, sorry, I had to be a decent husband, so I had to duck out in the space.
All right, I'm going to need to use you as an example for something. So Adele, pay attention. This is one of those things. I'm not sure if you already are familiar with this. Okay, Preston, do you know what is the game called again? Oh yeah, do you know the game that is CDs and Dragons?
CDs and Dragons?
Yeah, CDs and nuts dragging all over your face. See, I was to you because you're a dude. So it was like, okay, do you know what CDs and Dragons are? So here you go. That's what it is. Sorry, Preston, I can't throw you under the bus for that one. You were the only one who I haven't done it to yet. So
that's. I mean, have you heard of the? I mean, you've heard of that game about Updog, right?
This is a trap, but I'll buy it.
You've heard about Updog?
What's Updog?
Oh shit! Not much dog. No.
Oh my god. Nice, that's a new one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, dog? Yeah. What's up, dog?
What's up, dog? Yeah. What's up,
Do you
dog?
know?
Oh, not much,
Do you know
dog.
about the EMA? Do you know about the EMA particle?
Well, what's the emo particle?
EMA ass.
Yeah.
Like Ian saw it coming. He's like, oh shit. He's already giggling.
Hey, Preston, have you ever done any penny trading?
Any what?
Penny trading.
What trap am I walking into here if I say the word penny trading?
Penetrating your mom.
Like, I've heard this one. Oh my god.
I have. I've heard That's fun. I have to tell you, that's like, this is really funny. This is cute nerd talk.
Yeah, one of the other ones like that we always use is the most common one is asking people like did you know that Steve Jobs died from ligma?
What the heck is ligma?
Ligma balls. Dude, I still remember when I pulled it on this guy. He barely got what the fuck out of his mouth. I was like, Ligma ball.
He jumped the guy to live.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And then
It's like, how would you do this to an internet user in the modern age? Drop a fucking full-blown, unadulterated ligma joke on them. That shit's peak.
Sorry, this reminds me of middle school. This is hilarious.
You remember when those two guys showed up outside of Twitter when they were firing everyone?
Oh, yeah. Rahul Ligma and something Johnson. What was the other guy's name?
Daniel Johnson, I think it was.
Yeah.
His real name is Daniel, yeah.
It was literally Ligma Johnson.
Ligma Johnson, yeah.
Both of those, one of those is Ligma, the other one was
Rahul
Johnson.
Ligma.
And it's the
Rahul
funniest shit
Ligma
because they're like,
Johnson.
oh yeah, we basically went to exercise in this building all the time. We thought it would be kind of funny if we went out. I'm like, oh my god. This sounds like every decision that I make on fucking Space is when I'm about to get unhinged.
I think Daniel even got a job at X for a while, but he got fired. Yeah.
Ironic.
I know. He's a software engineer.
I can't believe that the legacy media reporters actually fell for that shit.
I know. It's out of touch.
That's embarrassing, man.
It reminds me of like the early 2000s or like the late 90s, which you weren't born yet, since you're very young, Elon. Is that
oh my god.
I love dropping that. Is when they would report on the internet sensation. What is the internet? This is the internet superhighway. Your kids are logging on. And these are the words that they're using. This is a smiley face. What is it called? It's an emoji. You know, like shit like that.
Yeah, so what is the internet? I remember those days.
The internet superhighway. That's what they used to call it.
Yeah, and you were surfing the web, right? It's like little kids surfing.
It made it sound so much cooler than it actually was.
Hat is backwards, you know, and he's like he's literally on a surfboard, and you know the visual is just like fucking Matrix numbers or something.
Yeah.
That's the internet.
Cyberspace.
Wicked. It's wicked.
It's wicked cool. It's radical. It's tubular.
That fucking aesthetic back then was so different. Like that was the peak of the internet.
Cities, Angel Fire, you know, all these websites.
Oh, yeah.
You could host your own website. Yeah, it's free.
Amsterdam's, yeah.
And you had little neighborhoods as well. Like Angel Fire had neighborhoods, isn't it? You know, so like angelfire.com.
I had a website.
You know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had one at GeoCities. It was like a Diablo fan site.
Nice. I played a game called Nox back in the day, and I had like a fan.
Oh, I love Nox.
Yeah, I
love
love that.
that. Yeah.
Mr. PvP.
Super good. Super fucking good.
The wizard, like that was super fun.
Yep.
You could lay traps.
Like you get sucked into the TV, right? Like at the start of the game,
Yeah,
this fucking nerd.
Yeah, that was
you're
one of
living
my
the trailer
favorite
park. You
games.
get
Like,
sucked
the
into
PvP was actually great. Like it was pretty balanced.
Yeah, it was actually a really good game.
Yeah.
Like the combat in it was like ahead of its time. You know, like it's kind of like a twin stick shooter type deal, but like it was an actual RPG.
They never really did a sequel of it. I'm kind of wishing they did. Though. Yeah.
Sad. I think the closest game to that, like in terms of gameplay, is Helldivers. Not the new one, not Helldivers 2, but Helldivers 1. Actually plays identically to Nox.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Dude, Helldivers got such major upgrades. They have like these big bitch guns. It's like incredible.
Dude, you got ATVs now and tanks. How cool is that?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah, you can ride around a goddamn ATV, you know, like a warthog, and shoot at the aliens with it. It's fucking sweet.
That sounds fun. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, it's like
I like Battlefield. I used to
also
play a lot of Battlefield, the games with the vehicles and stuff, like do helicopters or jets and stuff like that. That's fun.
You could cheese it, you know, if you had like a team of like a squad of like 6 people, you could literally cheese the whole map by just flying around with a helicopter and just landing.
One guy repairs like 24/7, and then you just like kill everything. It's a lot of fun with the team.
I'm always the guy who still like man the guns inside the helicopters or flying around. It depends on the game. In Halo Infinite specifically, I'm the guy who mans the gun.
I'm usually the guy who
I'm very good at that shit.
Yeah, I usually drive it.
Recently, I had like a dude who was driving me around the map, and he was really good at driving, and I was just like killing so much shit. I'm like, damn, dude, we slaying because it has infinite ammo, so I'm just like pointing and shooting.
Yeah, we can definitely do that if we ever play Battlefield or something. I'll drive and you shoot. Yeah, that'll be fun.
The Delta Force, same thing. It's better.
Yeah, try to find infinite ammo. Infinite ammo, great, means make so much noise everybody finds you and destroy everything that sees you.
Yep, Delta Force tanks have infinite ammo. They just overheat, that's all. So, just control the heating.
Damn it. That's the thing about Halo Infinite, it doesn't have that problem. No overheating. Like, literally, I could sit there and spam it for like hours. Nothing would change.
Stupid game, it's poorly designed.
That part is actually quite fun, because once you get one of those, it's literally one of the more powerful things. It's either that, or you just get yourself one of those little cars that you drive around with, the one that has knives for wheels. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like that one. It has like the small explosives that come out, but it's a bit of a problem because it's very directional, and you have to like really drive into your enemies while you're shooting and hope that you can kind of like saw through everything before you get stopped, because once your momentum is finished, then so are you.
You're screwed. Yeah, you can't back out. It's not like a car, right, where you can do a 3-point turn. You can't fucking do a 3-point turn in that. It's a trike.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I want more games.
Adrian, do you want to do the survivors question to Adele?
Oh yeah, I pulled that one. That one's funny. Adele, if a plane crashes between Canada and the United States, like on the border between Canada and the United States, where do you bury the survivors?
There are no survivors.
Hey, there you go. Jesus.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. Greenland.
Yeah, but the problem is they're survivors. You don't bury the fucking survivors. It's a context trick.
You don't.
Where do you bury the survivors?
Mostly got it.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I did that to someone. Like I did that to that Fortnite streamer. He was like pulling me on something. He was like trying to do weird shit. Ask me a real question about, ironically enough, a plane. And a book that's called Hatchet. I kind of knew what was in it, but I just wanted to egg him on, so I pretended to just feign ignorance. And so I'm just there, and I'm just being completely fucking ignorant of everything. And I asked him these various random questions. I'd be like, oh, what happens if you crash in a plane in this scenario? I'm like, I mean, what happens to the plane? Is it still there? Can I like live inside of it? Because then I don't really need to go get shelter if the plane's flying. No, the plane's underwater. Oh, okay, cool. That's a much different story. And he like tried to trick me around. Like he's getting infuriated with me, which is the funniest fucking shit. And then eventually I just pull that on him because like he wants to talk about survival this, smart that. I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, let's see how we can handle the logic trap. Instantly fell right into it. It was the funniest thing.
That was fun.
Let me get the clip. Where's the clip?
There is a clip, actually, yeah. I can put it here.
Yeah, and play it. That would be great.
Before?
Hmm?
Have you used a laser projector before?
Yes, I have.
And what is your experience with them? Are they good? Are they worth getting if I have a TV?
They're pretty good, yeah. They're pretty good. Yeah. They're better than average projector. Much better. Much more clearer.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 100%, very good.
So I'm looking at this Leica, and they just released a Scene 1, right? And it's not even that expensive, really. I don't know. Considering okay? The big question is, what's the latency like on this? If I want to play video games, can I do that, or is it too slow?
Haven't tested that one yet.
Okay. All right. Well, I got the clip anyway. I'll just play.
If you had a plane that crashed between Canada and the United States, where would you bury the survivors?
A plane crash between Canada and the United States, where would you bury the survivors? Wherever your family wants to bury them. What? What? What's the trick? What's the what?
Bury the survivors.
Good one. It's a knee slapper.
That's a knee slammer. Okay.
He got mad. That's
I think it's like so confused.
Good one, bro.
That's knee
I was, dude. I wanted to ask about CDs and Dragons so fucking hard, man. I never got around to it. Because he kept asking these dumbass fucking super semi-serious questions. I'm like, oh, come on. Let me ask you something that is actually funny.
That's good.
It was a trap. Albeit a funny one.
It was a trap all along.
It was 100% a trap. You could tell.
All a fucking long.
It was trap, but was fun trap. Now we're all the psychopaths to go to DMs and be like, why you speak like this? I don't know, because I watch too many fucking villains in movies. It's not my fault that they want to keep putting...
Russian or either Russian or British.
Exactly, that's the problem. It's like I'm being inundated here. It's not my fucking fault.
It's so stupid. Like, okay, that, conspiracy mode. The idea that every Russian bad guy is like a Russian bad guy in Hollywood movies is a fucking psyop against Russia.
I don't know what it is. But it's like, you remember the old British movies always used to have Chinese villains in them.
Yep.
Tons of fucking Chinese villains. All of them.
Huh. If you look
80s, 70s, all Chinese fucking villains. 100% all of them. From the Orient. From the Orient. Bro.
The Orient. They did this with Japanese in like the mid 80s, like or early to mid 80s, when they were terrified of Japanese industry. They did this with Blade Runner, right? The whole setting is this way. Alien is another one, right? Weyland Yutani. I mean, that's a Japanese guy, right? They're evil bad guys, right?
I don't think Weyland's Japanese.
No, Weyland's not Japanese. He's British.
It's in the Japanese Highlands. A guy named Weyland. He lives up in Hokkaido.
Yeah. And then beyond that, like in the 2000s, they started demonizing Arabs. Like, keep in mind, Arabs were actually pretty fucking friendly with the Americans for like a long ass time. They voted Republican. And then 9/11 happens, and suddenly every single fucking movie depicts Arabs as bad guys.
Oh my god. Well, what the fuck is that? We'll watch whatever that is.
For a while, they tried to depict Russians as the good guys. What is that?
Okay, I'm watching it right now.
What are you watching? Or asking me to watch?
Wait a minute. That one?
Alright.
I'm watching it. He entered a map.
Mm-hmm. What's Wade's about to do?
What the? How can you do that? His cast speed has got to be like 1,000%. Like it's 10x the normal cast speed. Like, what is he doing? How's he doing that?
What are you watching?
This dude walked into the map and he's just casting probably 10 times a second. And he's
there's gotta be some sort of effect. He's probably okay, so I'm looking at what he's doing. He's probably casting some sort of effect out there, and that's doing some sort of. It's doing some sort of cast on hit. He kind of sucks at it, but it's doing some sort of cast on hit.
Okay, so it's whatever he's hitting is also causing another cast kind of thing.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's really weird. What the fuck is it? I've never seen a build like that. We gotta try that. That's kind of cool.
So, Ian, you know how you're talking about these, the demonization of different cultures throughout, Hollywood and things like that? That reminded me of a joke someone told me. A high-power attorney from Washington, D.C., and he was in his 70s, really wise man, and he said Ronald Reagan had a meeting with I think it was a Saudi royal family member, and he says, the Saudi guy goes, President Reagan, I've always been very fascinated by Star Wars. I love Star Wars, Star Trek or Star Wars. And I've always just had a question. Every single ethnicity is represented. You have Italian, you have Europeans, you have, Americans, you have the Chinese. There's no Arabs. And the president turns around and says, well, my friend, that's because it takes place in the future.
Oh my god!
Wow.
What the fuck?
What an ass!
Isn't that terrible? Isn't that terrible?
Sounds like someone's wet dream.
It was horrible, and I was like, oh my god!
That is insane.
Being honest. Yeah, that's Star Trek. Yeah. Star Trek does not have any representation. Yeah,
but isn't that weird? But isn't that interesting? Seriously, the world's largest population, basically, and it was not even represented. So talk about propaganda.
Oh yeah, I mean they have done an amazing job vilifying Arabs, vilifying Russians, and also Chinese. Japanese as well. Like it's just the list goes on, right? It's endless. I remember for a while when the Serbian war was happening, right? When they were busy bombing Belgrade like assholes, they decided that every villain in a movie is going to be Serbian. Like that was a thing. It was literally a thing. Like 24, like the main bad guy in the whole like first season was a fucking Serb. It's like, excuse me, Serbian. Okay, this is so obvious now what you guys are doing.
Wow.
And then,
By the way, guys.
Weird.
Adrian.
By the way, guys, I kind of want to shut this down. I got some stuff that I need to do simultaneously. I got a bunch of things that I need to do, so I kind of need to shut the show down. I'll be back. Maybe I'll live stream later today if you guys are still around, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to see you.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks all for coming around. Make sure to join me again tomorrow. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. And I don't know what's going to happen with Joe Rogan next, because it's kind of funny that Bro is aware, but, if you want to reach out for something, that would be kind of cool. But if any one of you knows Joe Rogan and, could pull some strings, I would love to see him either in person or in digital, whichever medium he prefers. I'm fine with it all. But thank you all for coming today. If you haven't already, make sure to turn notifications on for me. Follow the those frequent the space. And subscribe to me if you haven't already. It only costs $12 a year. Although I'm pretty sure many people in here have already subscribed. So thank you all for coming. See you all again tomorrow or later if I do a live stream. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Theme song coming soon.